We want to recognize our beloved country. Tumetoka mbali, from pain to fruitfulness. I believe I want to urge you, we stand for our national anthem. Thank you for your time. You can take your seats. Thank you for your presence. We want to recognize the presence of our Lord, our God, who has given us this chance, the energy, this time. And I'm glad we have our wonderful Pastor Mary Matheka, kindly. Yes, karibu, utuongoze kwa devotion. Ladies and gentlemen, Pastor Mary Matheka. Makofi kidogo akikuja tafadhali. Yeah.
Good morning. Can we wave at each other? Praise the Lord. I thank God for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you, Dr. Susan, for the invitation. And all of us who are here, I take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God for his goodness and his grace. Amen. I want you to look at your neighbor and tell them, my neighbor. Talk to somebody, my neighbor. I thank the Lord for you. Seeing you here, it is by grace. It is by the mercies of God. So, my neighbor, you are privileged to have me seated next to you. And so I know we are going to have a wonderful time. So can you appreciate your neighbor? Appreciate your neighbor. Hallelujah. We are here today because we are privileged to be friends or even to associate with Dr. Susan Gitau because she heeded to the call of God upon her life. And so let's be excited in the presence of the Lord. Amen. Can we appreciate, hallelujah, her in a great way? Let's pray as we begin. Our Father and our God, in the righteous name of Jesus Christ, we are grateful to you this wonderful morning. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the privilege to be here, oh God. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Have your way in this place. In Jesus' name we do pray and give thanks. Amen. Before I share briefly, I want us to just to praise the Lord. Tell your neighbor it is a good thing to praise the Lord. So tafadhali tusimame. Hallelujah. Amen. Can we clap our hands to the Lord? Uinuliwe Bwana wa mabwana, uinuliwe umetenda mema, imba. Hallelujah. Can you put some energy? Upewe sifa wewe Mungu wa miungu, uinuliwe umetenda mema. Hey, usiyebadilika, usiyeshindwa, twakupa sifa, umetenda mema. Uinuliwe. Rafiki wa karibu unayetupenda, twakuinua, umetenda mema yawe. Tunasema wewe ewe Bwana, twakuinua, umetenda mema.
Bwana wa mabwana,
uinuliwe, umetenda mema. Yesu umetenda mema. Shangwe na vigelegele. Hallelujah. Amen. We may be seated. Hallelujah. See, you are feeling good. Amen. It's a great thing when we praise him. Because let me tell you, in life, everything that you do, it is by his grace and his mighty hand upon our lives. Amen. And I want us to read in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5. Let me read verse 4 and 5. Then the word of the Lord came to me saying, verse 5, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I sanctified you. I ordained you a prophet to the nations. Verse 6, then said I, Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a youth. I don't know the reasons that you give God. I don't know what you tell him. But here is a man by the name Jeremiah. And the Lord is asking him. The Lord knows that Jeremiah, you have what it takes for you to rise up and run with the reason or the purpose why I created you. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So rise up and fulfill your purpose. Rise up and make it in life. Become intentional. Walk with the people who believe in your vision. I believe we are here because Dr. Susan had a vision that was greater than her ability, greater than her background, greater than her challenges, greater than whatever people have ever said. Let me submit to you that people will always talk. If they are not talking, there is nothing you are doing. Can I say that again? Media people, camera guys, if they are not talking about you, there is nothing different you are doing. Can I hear an amen? Amen. Some of you are here, maybe you are called for the marketplace. Impact. Let somebody rise up because there is a pace that you have set. So Jeremiah, don't say that you are young. Don't say I'm challenged. Don't say I don't have this. God will give you all that which you desire in Jesus' name. Can we appreciate the Lord? Hallelujah. So my prayer for you is that each one of us, you will arise, strengthen yourself, because somebody somewhere is waiting for you to make a step so that they can also make a step. When you get stuck, there is such a lineup of people that will get stuck. May somebody never be stuck because of you. Amen. Father, I thank you in the name of Jesus that you've reminded us about Jeremiah, that you created him for a purpose. Each one of us here, you created us for a purpose. And I am praying, let your grace cause us to rise up. Let your strength be upon each one of us. Every background barrier, challenges that we face in life, I pray that we are going to rise above them and we are going to make it. And many shall be blessed through us. In Jesus' name, we do pray and believe. Amen. God bless you.
Our third activity, this is traumatic grief and alcoholism case study, which is going to be followed by boy-child trauma and alcohol abuse. And this is, we are going to have Mr. Francis Waweru. Karibu sana, Waweru. And Kabla Mr. Waweru kuje, we have our lovely pilot, our lovely host. A round of applause, Dr. Susan Gitau, our host. Thank you so much. Karibu sana, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, David. Beautiful. We cannot continue without the official opening, but it's also good to appreciate that time is of essence. And I cannot see Honorable Wanyoike here, so I'm going to call one of our board members for the foundation, Mr. Peter Kariuki. Karibu sana, and officially open for us.
Karibu sana, Mr. Kariuki. Makofi mzuri ya Mr. Kariuki. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As you have heard, Peter Kariuki. And we want to open this session officially. And as you can see from the program, what we have today, pain to fruitfulness, and we are going to share those things which perhaps would have pulled us down. Like we were told by the preacher that we don't become what life does not, we don't get what we deserve. It is what we command. The same thing, those things which we have gone through right from early childhood, and the association we have had with other people influences the stage at which, or the way we pray, the level at which we pray in our day-to-day life. So those are some of the things we are going to engage, and I would want to welcome you as we reason from different people, so that we can get to know. Sometimes we ask God, why have we gone through this? And we wonder, does God really love us? But sometimes what we go through prepare us for greater things. That is one. Number two, it helps us to help others, and even ourselves. We are also assisted. So with those few remarks, I want to declare this show talk officially open. Thank you very much.
So for the first session, we are going to have Mr. Francis Waweru, who is going to share about his addiction journey. And we will have panelists here. We have Madam Jane, who is a youth counselor and family counselor as well, and the principal, Africana College of Professionals. And then we have Mr. Ian Mbarire, who is actually an addiction counselor and a youth counselor as well. I think I always admire when I go with Ian to schools and I see the amazing transformation work that he does. And Ian, I celebrate you so much. Then we have Mr. Kariuki, who has worked with boys, I think it must be over 30 years or something. And he's a father of 3 sons and a great family friend. And I know his words of wisdom will inspire us to take care of the boy child, because this story of Francis Waweru is one of childhood trauma combined, is one of complex grief combined. It is one of a man who had to believe in himself one time and make it happen. So, and I believe his story is going to inspire many of us. Karibu sana, Mr. Waweru. Tell your story your way. Feel free, feel relaxed, and I believe we shall be blessed by your story.
Thank you so much, Dr. Susan. So, hi everyone. My name is Francis Waweru Njoroge. I was born and raised in Lower Kabete, Kiambu County. And my painful story of addiction has a span of 17 years. In the 17 years, I was in and out of rehab twice, and each time I came out worse, actually involving in benzodiazepines. Each time I went to rehab, I ran something addictive, which is more stronger than what had took me there. So, in my childhood, in the 90s, my primary school teachers would tell the truth that I was one of the best. My report forms never came to number 3. I was always number 1 or number 2, 1 or 2. And my high school, I went to Gitau High School, and I also was performing well. Then I passed well, and I was, in our times, you had to have a B to go to university. So I was taken to Graffin's College in Westerns. My dad used to work for the United Nations. And at that time, Graffin's College was a high-class college. And I was mingling with Asians, Indians. And as I was studying CCA, Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, I had so much expectations in life. Actually, my dad used to tell me, now you study, the rest leave it to me. I'll get you a job at the United Nations, and you'll be very prominent. He used to tell me, no, don't look at this car I'm driving. You will have, bigger cars. Then when I passed my certificate, he was diagnosed with leukemia. And I can remember I took the results to him at Aga Khan Hospital, and he was telling my mom, now, let him continue, but I couldn't. Now, because leukemia had led him to use wheelchairs, and I had to be there to lift him with my mom and my cousin every day. You lift him, put him to a wheelchair, take him out, maybe to bask in the sun. No, he would call me always. I'm the firstborn. My siblings were in high school, and the smallest one is in primary school at that time. So I was the only one there to take care of him and my mother. And I was very sure that he was going to get well. And I thought when he gets well, now I will continue with my studies. Unfortunately, during the last days of the August 2004, we passed by a bank in Westerns, Standard Chartered, where he used to tell me to take his checks because he had some rental houses. And she told my mom, now you have to just close that bank. And the disease took only 6 months because it was late. So from February to August, and he was dead. And I couldn't continue with the ACCA, Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. And my drinking started so not habitual. It was like to get over the grief of watching him now being helpless. Like when I'm taking him out to bask in the sun in the evening, maybe I'll go to the bar, take some drinks, because I saw this was the man of the house. I trusted him. We had a close relationship with my dad, so much that it's like I thought he is everything to me, and those dreams he had for me, I was very sure whatever he said, it was to come. Then when he died, I sank into depression. I started drinking, and from the year 2004, I've been in and out of cells. I've been to industrial area prisons. I've smoked bang. I've used almost every kind of addictive substances. And it was not until 2021 that I came to Dr. Susan through my auntie who had seen her through online. And the day actually that I came, and I can remember it was on 10th of April 2021, I had planned now to sell my fridge. I had like a small fridge, and I knew this chemical. It's called Gladiator in a choma muchwa. And I knew that this one now will take me. Because previously I had tried suicide like multiple times, and I wouldn't die, and it was painful. So I was sure that Gladiator will take me. That same day, my sister told me, let's go see a doctor. Your auntie has organized you meet. Maybe she can give you a job. So the reason to go to Dr. Susan, I thought maybe hawa watanipatia pesa, actually wananitumia matime yangu. So we just went. And actually it was the first time that somebody told me, oh, you are actually bright. Because since I started now drinking, my relatives who used to say me very bright in primary school, they all be telling me, now look at how you become useless. Your father spent a lot trying to get you learned, you've done accounts, and then you are useless. And the place that I didn't find hatred was in the bar. And I will drink day in, day out. Before 2010, there was no motudo. So we used to go to the bar very early in the morning. You do anything. Actually, after I started learning counseling, I found out that I had some not very abnormal behaviors, because I would wake up early. I don't have even a shilling. I buy a suiti and I go to the bar, and now I start sweeping there, and then moving to Maji. Then you get paid with pombe. And I came to know that my dream of maybe becoming to a suiti and working well was still there. And I also learned that in 2010, 2011, 2012, I will be crying in the bar when some songs like one I heard today, Seasons in the Sun by Westlife. There were some songs that will be played, and I will find myself shedding tears because of my dad. And at one point in the 17 years, I thought I was actually bewitched. I tried to tell my mom, so can we go to a pastor so I can get hands laid on me? It didn't work with the pastors, it didn't work with rehabs, it didn't work with alcohol, but it worked with counseling. And when I started counseling, that's when I actually found a purpose. And from 17 years of not knowing who you are, in the 17 years I had been to Vietnam drinking more than even in Kenya, to Saudi Arabia smoking even. Actually, my life was just useless until 2021. That's why now I can say fruitfulness started coming in form of counseling. Dr. Susan Gitau, thank you very much. And 2023, I graduated from Catholic University with a diploma in counseling psychology. And I'm glad that I do. Yes, and it was in association with Africana College. Thank you, my principal. And I come to appreciate life through counseling. I have platforms for sobriety. I have guys who look up to me in our village, Kabete, when I go there. I have parents calling me, telling, oh, talk to him, talk to my son, because they've tried. And I just don't know, I just can't thank God and fellow human being. Thank you, Dr. Susan. You have a variety of friends who are just exceptional. You see Mr. Kariuki, Dr. Jua, you can see Tekla, unaona jeshi ya Nazarene, unaona Mary, Pastor Mary, watu wote, Mr. Wanyoike, chairman amefika. I appreciate. Asante sana. Naam, Drew.
Francis shares, and I feel touched in my heart because he's one person who has taught me that the way to stop any drug of addiction is to say no to it. And I celebrate you. And I hope this launch today will inspire many people to see my dream in a better way, because Francis has done his diploma, and right now he's working for Africana College of Professionals, trying to practice what the father wanted him to do. And he's actually very good at accounting. but we need money as a foundation to ensure that he pursues counseling to the highest level. And so we trust God because he has brought us this far. Thank you so much. We have Mr. Ian Mbarire here. He's young. And you heard at the age of 17, all the way. Now it's 20 years since your father died. But here we have Ian, who can tell us how addiction journey is like for a young person. Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Addiction pretty much is, we talk of it as a disease. And when you're thinking of someone who has a disease, is someone who is not in good health. So there are certain risk factors that someone is normally predisposed to, like what he talked about, the loss of his dad. And that risk factor becomes a maintenance factor of him getting to take more and more drugs. And so that becomes a reward system by engaging in, like, now taking alcohol, taking all these other drugs. And so there's a neurotransmitter that is normally produced in the brain. It's called dopamine. It's a reward system. And so as a result of taking these drugs, the drugs come in to inhibit the normal supply of this dopamine in the brain. And so as a result of taking these drugs now become the new reward system of a young person. And so every other time that they're thinking about what they're going through, be it childhood traumas, be it seeking pleasure, be it seeking sensations from different other things, now this is how they get hooked up. Now this dopamine is supplied in excessive amounts, but now where the dopamine gets transmitted from one neuron to another, that is where this drug now comes in. So now the normal supply of the dopamine, for it to transfer from one neuron to another, now that when the drug comes in and gets hooked into where the neurons are attaching to one another, that drug is now what becomes the new pleasure principle of this person. And so every other time he would be thinking about, I am going through this, it's that drug. And there's a part of our brain also which controls our emotions, and our emotions now bring that desire or that craving for that particular drug. Now all this working together, this is what will enhance and keep this person hooked into taking of these particular drugs. And so they become strong, and so he loses track of what used to normally bring pleasure to him, or what used to give him rewards long time ago. Be it, let's say, something like sports or watching movies or hanging out with friends, that gets replaced by this drug. Ends up getting hooked into taking this.
Wow, so it's a pleasure center. Did you say one of the risk factors is loss of a parent?
Yes.
Other factors are like?
There are so many risk factors. It could be socioeconomic status of a person. Socioeconomic status of a person can make this person, like, they're feeling vulnerable and they want to be like everyone else in the society. And since they come from a disadvantaged place, they want now to feel like I belong to these other people. Other factors could also be like cultural practices. There are certain cultures that when you're engaging in, like, functions, let's say like traditional functions, so you find like drugs are normally taken there. And so this young person, as a result of seeing what is going there, and they decide, like, this seems cool, this seems nice. So ideally, when they are grown up, they would tend to gravitate towards that particular direction. Another one could be genetic. When the child is young, transmission from mother to child, if the mother was taking drugs to some extent, yeah. So the child genetically might be predisposed to taking drugs once they're out of
the X factor. Yes. And I think other socio-environmental factors could be like the availability. Of the drug. When it comes to school, it's peer pressure. Yes. Or you have carried the traumatic grief to school. Yes. Right? Or your parents are fighting. And so when you're in school, you're like, how do I ensure that I still feel normal and good? Many reasons. And I think there is also an upcoming risk factor of bullying, yes. And especially body shaming. So somebody just drinks so that they can feel and see what they want to see.
So
Thank you so much.
Risk factors become maintenance factors.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Thank you, Ian. Yeah, and then when somebody says something nice, actually clap for them. Now that is from an addiction expert. Thank you so much.
Let me come to our mother here, Mrs. Jane Wanyoike. I know you have handled very many young people, and especially school-going young people. And one of the things I know is that you have a word for us as parents.
Probably what to look for. Challenges also, whether we support these young ones to get out of addiction or not. Just feel free to let us know what these children tell us from your therapy experience. What do they tell us?
Thank you so much, Dr. Susan, and my colleague here, Francis, for sharing your traumatic child experience or childhood trauma experience that you went through. So I've handled so many cases as pertains in counseling psychology, and as a counselor or as a family therapist, I have encountered cases like young people not meeting their expectations. And I'm trying to imagine, as Francis is talking about here, what he went through when his dad passed on. His expectation was shattered. He had big dreams. And when this one was not achieved, because the only relying person he had was his father. And when expectations are not met, you tend to find young people losing their mind. And the only solution they think is getting involved into maybe alcoholism or other sources of drugs and substance abuse. It may not only be expectations, we also have other factors, as my friend Ian has talked about, like parenting or parenting styles. And I usually tell parents that in any challenge that young people go through, it is either coming, the source is the family. If the family is not, if the family has challenges, for example, loss and grief or trauma that these children are facing, they will definitely lose their lives in terms of getting involved in the social environment, in the society, and they tend to get lost there. So parents, sometimes we forget, and in this case, I want to refer to what Francis went through. He had an expectation that his father would work with him. And I'm trying to imagine there was the mother and the other significant family members who were there. And I believe maybe he did not, because the only person that he was in touch with was his father. So what about these other family members that were there? And this is what we normally talk about, and we find in many cases that I normally see, that young people, majority is, and I want to speak it because I see, like we have, I'm happy that Francis, the person that you are close to was your father. And the many cases I find, and I did a small research, the boy child is very close to the mother. And it is not close, the boy child is always never close to the father. And why? You'll only find the boy child asking their mother what they want, school, money, pocket money, mom buy me this, mama, I want this. And this is a big challenge to the children at home, and it is vice versa. And in this case, sometimes parents, we are losing out because busy schedules that we have, and we are not able to have time with our children, tunawapoteza kwa the society and even many other things. It is not only about parents, there are so many things and other issues that our children present. Issues to do with low self-esteem. They also have issues to do with trauma. I think loss and grief and trauma go hand in hand. And if, for example, they are not able to meet what they want in life. So these are some of the, and many, many others that young people present for counseling, and we are there to support them as family members, as parents. If there are also issues of addiction, alcoholism in the family, our children will always tend to also bring the same issues, because they will get involved into issues to do with drugs. Wanajipata wakiwa kwa pombe, wanajipata wakitumia madawa. Why? Because they have seen this happening in the family. Maybe the father is an alcoholic, or the mother is an alcoholic, and they sought to have probably conflict because domestic violence, again, that has been as a result of alcoholism in the house, in the family, tend to put our children away. And many, many others, daktari, that we face, and we try to help them. So it's my appeal to parents. We try to support our young people because sometimes they don't meet their needs. They look up upon our children have needs and the expectations that maybe they are not met. And as parents, we tend to assume and we take an assumption that our children know what they want. We need to work with our children, no matter how or what age they are. Our children, he remains or she remains your child forever. Hata akipata mali ama akiolewa bado, this is your child. You still continue to work with them. Thank you.
Hata akiolewa, hata akioa. And I think you have said something that also triggers me a lot. That it is monkey see, monkey do. Because there are people I have met in addiction cycle who swore they will never take alcohol, they will never smoke because of their fathers or their mothers, but they end up doing the same thing. Monkey see, monkey do. So for parents, what we don't want our children to replicate or to show later, then we don't do it. Thank you. Now it's time for a father. You know, father's wisdom. God desired that men should lead the families. And so, and we also have questions from you to the panelists. But as a father, listening to Francis, I don't know what goes through your mind. Being with boys in school, you used to give me many of them. Now I don't know who will be bringing them to me now that you're no longer in the teaching service, but you're out there in the society. I don't know what your word for us is. Welcome, Mr. Kariuki.
Thank you very much, Daktari. I want first to commend Francis for being open. The problem we are having is critical in the sense that we do not have a manual which we can refer to when we have those things. It's not an issue of ABCD. It is complicated. It requires experience. It requires wisdom. And even maybe even from God. Not maybe actually. Wisdom from God. Because there is nobody who is a parent who can say that I know it all. And he can give you tips which you are going to apply and make sure that these things are going to work. So Francis' case is a bit tricky because I don't know, apart from the issue of grief, losing the father, I don't know how else it could have started. That one, because he's a living example, I'm saying he's very strong. I don't know whether he should tell us why he never did something good immediately after the passing of the father as a way of honor and respect. This is the guy who did a lot to me. He had high ideals about me. Now that he is gone and I'm the firstborn, I must take his praise. I think that one, to us as parents and fathers, maybe we need also to challenge and tell our kids that they must be brave and take up the mantle. At one time or the other, as we age, we know we are going to go across. Do you prepare your people about that? I like also what the principal madam have said, that boys listen to their mothers. And some mothers are very happy about this because the boys do listen to them. But we have this problem at the times of treating the symptom instead of the real cause. I can tell you for sure, in my own experience, is that it is true. The boys listen to their mothers, but they do like their fathers or their role models. And we don't need to talk. They can see what we are doing. And that is powerful. Powerful way of communication. What do I do? That is what they are going to copy. It doesn't matter what you tell them. You can talk the whole day and they are going to listen. But they will do like the fathers. That is what Dr. have said. Man can see, man can do. So that one we must always remember. That it is a partnership. It's not being selfish as a mother or as a father. You got that son together. And you must, it's your responsibility for the two of you to make sure that he turns out to be a responsible person. I know of cases which I have interacted with, of boys who drink, because they must set a standard higher than that of the father. Yeah, in fact, last week, one of my friends was telling me that my son has a very good wife. But the wife keep on running away because he is drinking. And I know the father. So I told him, you know, you have to go to him and tell him, if you are to start life again, you not drink the way you did. Because he was drinking, screaming, and what have you. And now he is complaining about the son who is drinking. So I actually told him, tell him that you made a mistake. And given another chance, you not drink. So that this guy will now stop drinking. They were working in my farm. And that wife was coming to my place and I was telling them, you are very lucky, you have a very hard-working daughter-in-law. And he was telling me, my son doesn't see that. He keep on drinking, so the wife keep on running away. So that is what I told you. You need to have a meeting, the two of you, and tell him, as a father, I have failed you. I have set a very bad example. Because the examples we give are very, very, very important. So as a mother, sometimes you feel that you are doing very well because he is listening to you, but unconsciously or consciously, he is copying what the father, it could be an uncle, it could be a friend or somebody else, this guy like a role model somewhere. So he is still copying. So you have to make sure the kind of observation your son is observing is actually positive. So I think that is on what we can say about parenting. And like I said, there is no book. They are there, but there is no manual, which you can use correctly and ensure that things, there are multiple approaches which we are supposed to do. Could be even the teaching of good behavior, that is Christianity or whatever religion you are going to introduce. It must be positive so that the boy know where to go. Because those things we are seeing them being manifested. If they are married, the marriage are not holding. They are breaking up. If they are in school, the performance is not very good. And of course, maybe we are also putting too much pressure. We also want our sons, of course, me I like saying our sons and daughters, because I believe it's a family thing. It's not one person. And those who are girl child only should not remain there throughout. We must say our children. So, because both of them are lovers, and we want them one day to be one as a family. So, we don't put too much pressure to our children when they're in school. Tell them, I'll be happy if you get an A. But I'll accept whatever you're going to give me, even if it's not an A, as long as you'll have tried. And that is a trick I used. I have a son who used to be number 3 from the last. Yeah, in fact, he started with being number 1 from the last. And I told him, why can't you just beat one person? He did beat 2, so he was number 3 for 2 terms. Then I told him, let's plan and target what you can get. So the D's became D pluses, and later on C minuses. I told him I'm very happy. I don't want you to be number 1. That's not my interest. But I want you to get a good grade, which will take you somewhere.
Clap for Mr. Kariuki. Thank you so much for giving your own even experience. You can still hold it there because now we will go to the audience. I think I've heard him say there is no parenting manual. Actually, no one has ever been given one. But from his words, he's talking about being reflective as a parent. A reflective parent is present. So you're able to watch your child grow from one level to another. You're able to see where they are changing. And I'm not surprised that you've been very busy as a chief principal in many schools. Yet your sons, you have been able to bring them up. Now I know the secret from what you're sharing. And the parents should know, if I give a high challenge to a child, like I give them a high target, then I should also give them a high support. That is going to work. But most parents, what they do is challenge, 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 until the child feels they're actually useless, they have nothing to give. Thank you so much. Now we are turning to you as an audience. And I don't know whether we have the same mic or David has another one that can go around the audience. If there is a comment you have, a question you have for the panelists, please feel free to do so.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for the entire talk. My name is Nora. I am perhaps it's a rhetoric question that can go from the entire session. I got that in most cases, parenting does an issue because the adolescents are symptoms of the family. And then in this scenario also, the children are from school. So you'll find they are mixed up of different characters that the children are picking. So maybe and also from what Mr. Kariuki has said, in this scenario, in most cases you'll find like there's the negative peer influences, and then there is a parental background that is causing a risk factor for the substance abuse. Now, in this case, where there's a complex system, then we have Gen Z, who are very high-tech. How can parenting issues or the adolescent crisis be helped for the whole entire generation to come out of these issues of addiction?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joseph Deuli, and my questions goes to Mr. Kariuki. Since he mentioned that he was, or he has been principal for a long time, and given that the case study given by our fellow Francis, you have been dealing with these cases in school, and what I'm wondering, how are you able to deal with them in school, especially given that Francis' issue was started in school and achieving his life goal? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph. Anyone else? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I am Alan Mathenge, and I'm an ICT assistant at Dr. Susan Gitau Counseling Foundation. Well, my question goes to Mr. Kariuki. You really discussed about the good parenting skills of a father. Then I'm asking this. What if the father doesn't recognize their weaknesses or their faults in the parenting? Then, as a child, what what should you do? They don't recognize it, and they seem never even ready to change, or they are not even willing to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alan. We had another hand here. Sir, Kariuki.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Joy, and I wish to pose at least one question to 2 or 3 persons, starting with Francis. And I hope I'm not soft as I ask, because we don't want to appear like we are mourning, because what we are saying appears very serious. So let's remember it's a talk show to encourage others, those who could be watching here or even beyond. Francis, I'm sorry to interfere with your family. So do you have a family? Do you have sons or daughters or both? And how do you relate with them? Borrowing from your late father's relationship with you. And therefore, simply we ask you, what is your relationship? What is the relationship between you then and now with your children? And I don't want you to keep your wife, if you have, away out of this. That is one. Another question to Francis. What is your word on the toxic society where the bar or those who sell drugs patronize us and they call us senior customers, and we feel valued when we get there? There are seats reserved for us because we spend a lot of money there. Therefore, we do business, we assist or facilitate their growth in terms of economic growth. Mbarire is a young gentleman and a counselor. If I took it well, a trauma expert. Would you have any experience to share? Or maybe what motivated you to study trauma? Is it because of some background, or you just, God decided to place you there, like Jeremiah? And is there complete research on dopamine? How can dopamine, this may be beyond you or even beyond everyone, how can dopamine be used as a reward system for good things? I mean, why does it always take us to pornography, to addictions that are negative? Why would it not take us to the book addiction, talk addiction, you know? Why is it biased towards the bad things? Finally, for now, to Mr. Kariuki, who is my colleague and an old friend. As a chief principal, you have, as a father, you have used a very good formula to make your sons excel. Did you apply the same in the schools where you were, against the background of the target puzzle, where the Ministry of Education pushes you, the parents want the best in their school, the boards of management, the society, and until we get to a point where we want every student to get an A, irrespective of their backgrounds? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I can feel why you're clapping. Maswali mengi mmeuliziwa. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know whether I start with the last one, because that is challenging and is coming from someone who knows me very well. I am one person who don't believe in grades, and I believe in what is written in the Bible. We are fear-free and wonderful mates. Whether you are an A or a D student, but I believe maybe the CBC is going to cure that one, because we are gifted in different things, and ours is to identify the talent of each child. I actually used that, and actually was telling people to better their best and would actually target, I am at a D, can I be able to go to D plus? I am at a C, can I be able to go to a B? And I was telling them failure is being an A student and you get an A minus. You are failing. And it is not being a D student and then you become, you acquire a C. That has been my philosophy. A quick one, just one example. One of my station which you visited, we started at 4.2 and we were going up. The board was telling me what is not happening. We moved to 5, 5.5, 6, 6 point. By the time I was leaving, it was 7.2. That is one of my station which I never registered a negative deviation. We were getting, even if it's 0.1, and that is what we were saying, just do the best you can. So, was I using the same as I did to my son? It's not crude. It is actually a very good thing if you can be, but I have actually mentored some students along that. And this is what I wanted to say. There is a call inside each one of us. If you want to be known because of grades, you can even buy. You can go and see the NEC people and influence them, and you get the grade which you want, if it is possible. You can even go and cheat, and some of our colleagues are cheating so that the mean score goes up. And I think this is also an awful way of promoting teachers and specifically principals on the basis of the mean score. Because what is mean score? We are talking about a human being who will have morals and ethics once you graduate. You become a doctor, but you are counting the number of years. I want first year, I'll buy a plot. Second year, I'll drive a Mercedes. So when you go there as a patient, you'll be told to go to the lab, and maybe what took you there does not require any lab examination. You'll have an operation which you don't deserve, because this guy must buy that plot. This guy must buy that Mercedes. So is that what we want as a society? So those are some of the principles which we must have within us. We better have somebody who is selling charcoal and is doing that business very well, like Pastor confided to us, that you can be a millionaire even if you sell charcoal, because you believe in that and you are doing it very honestly. So this issue of grades to be recognized, there are so many ways we can do and make an impact to the fellow human being. I think that one I'm done. Then the other one, the skills. What if your father does not have those skills of parenting? That one is a difficult one. From which supermarket can we refer that father to go and buy them if you don't have them? You know, some of the problem which we suffer, I don't know whether they are generation. I went through similar, so I subject my children the same, and they also do the same. And that is why I wanted to be a doctor. And because I did not, I must force one of my son or daughter to be a doctor. That is very wrong. And that one should not be there. Now, do the best you can. But you know, as a son, you are judging your dad. You are saying, my dad is not this. You cannot be a father and a son at the same time. Can you be a good son? I know a person whose dad was drinking a lot. And during our time, he would get the boom in the university and would not drink. Actually, the parents separated when he was in the university because the mother could not withstand that. But what happened to that guy, he said, because of my dad, I'll never drink. So he learned even from the father on how not to be a bad father. So as a son, don't judge your dad. Maybe you'll also become a terrible one. Now you are seeing your dad is not a good one. You might even be worse. What is it that you can do yourself for your own son? You know, in my opening remark, I didn't know this one will come. I said sometime we go through an unpleasant situation and we ask God why. Why did you give me such a father? Why didn't you give me the father like my neighbor? Yeah? But what you are going through is to prepare you for something bigger. So become a good father. Don't keep on blaming your dad. You can even become friend with your dad and ask him those questions. I like the openness which Francis had with the dad. And those are the opportunities which we should utilize. If you find your son want to ask you, or your girl want to ask you those questions, be attentive. We also learn from them. So, like I said, there is no manual. You cannot also apply before you are born that as you take me to earth, God, make sure that I don't go to that father or I don't go to that mother. You'll go where God wants you to go. When you find yourself in such a situation, you are already aware. And I like the question, what would you do? It means that now you are using your brain because you are also given the brains and you are questioning, why is my dad not like this? Then go ahead and don't be like him.
Wow.
Even become a friend with him and make sure that he can also see those mistakes. I remember I was brought in a very difficult situation and you are given pocket money, not even pocket money, money to go and buy the needful, the things you must buy. If you are given 20 shillings, you don't question. So my dad had a way of making sure that you are not going to negotiate. A week or two before that, you'll be given a lot of work and you'll not meet the target. So you become enemies. By the time you are going back to school, you are given your 20 shillings, no question, because after all, you are unable to finish. One time I said, I cannot tolerate this one. And I told him, Dad, it is better for you to tell me you don't have money. I'll understand. Like yesterday, you told me to cultivate here, to take care of the animal. I did all that, and yet we are still not talking. Why don't you tell me this is all what I have? He laughed. And from that time, we became very good friends. What he could not afford, he was telling me. Yeah, you see, I had a choice now to go and curse and say, my friends are being given a lot of money, they are friendly with their parents, but I decided to talk to him. And from that time, even at the time he passed, I know I was one. I don't want to say that I was the best friend. I know I was one of his good friends. He could confide in me. So stop mourning. God have given you ways of identifying the problem. Go ahead and solve it. A problem well defined is half solved.
Was there another one?
Yes, just the last one. I think two more, and I'll be very fast. Peer influence. That the students are at school and they have been influenced by others. How do we ensure? There is no way you can shield your son or your daughter. By the time they leave you, you must make sure that they are prepared to go and face the world outside. So you must prepare them. If you are lucky to have come across or gone through where I was able to identify and I would group them, and I would call Daktari and talk to the group of students, those who are having that problem. But in the course of my identification, you know you are also not perfect, because you are groping in the dark, assuming that this is the problem. So you have to pray, and even to pray to God that you are successful and whatever you are planning will meet the objective. But I remember meeting one of the parents rang me, and I don't know, he keep on ringing me even now when the boy is just about to graduate in the university. She told me that my son told me, when for me to start that program, my son told me that there are some boys who are taking drugs and you have to help them. And my son, even if you give him money to smoke, he can't. But he is fearing for those people who might be enticed. So you can see, this boy could not smoke. And even if he is given money to smoke, bangi, he could not. But he is concerned about the others. So that is the information I got when I was very new. So I encouraged them to volunteer. And I told them, I'm not going to send you away, just if you need help. So they came 5, and I told them to write the name of the others. And from there now, I think you started with a team of 25 students, and which grew to 30. But the example I'm saying, it is the formation, right from home, openness, and the way you have prepared your son to face the world. He cannot be influenced. Teach your son when he is young. When he grow old, he will not come out of. Yes. Wow. And if he come out, those are the things you can do about it. There is one other question. I am not sure whether I got the very second one. How do you identify those students who have drugs? Maybe through their actions, they are not attentive, poor performance. If you are a parent, you can see the performance going down. It's becoming dirty. And of course, the kind of threats. Show me your friend and tell you the person you are. So in school you identify, but if your aim is now to go for the grades, you don't care as long as they take drugs and they are performing well. You are not concerned. Yours is great, but you must know that this person tomorrow will be a reader. Yeah? Do you want a president who is a drug addict? Wow. Do you want a DC who is a drug addict? I think that.
Do you want an architect, an engineer who is a drug addict? Yes. Do you want a counselor who is a drug addict? Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Kariuki. We can give him a hearty clap. Thank you so much. We have only 5 minutes, so what I require from Ian and Francis is a parting shot. I know you are men of few words. What motivated you? Just answer that directly. And then how do we help the Generation Z? And why don't we have dopamine working for good things like football and high performance in school? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. What took me to counseling? I pretty much have a story of addiction too. I was once where Francis was. Only mine was not as a result of loss and grief. It was a result of keeping things to myself, problems that I normally faced. And I shielded myself from wanting to burst out on someone. And so as a result of keeping all those things to myself, the only other way I found of releasing and feeling free, feeling good, is taking alcohol and doing all sorts of drugs. And so, just like Francis, I found my way to Dr. Susan. Yes. And Madam Jane is my counselor. Yeah, so pretty much we've walked that journey together. So that is what inspired me to help other people. Because there are men out there who keep things to themselves, because there are three things about men. Men never want to be beggars, they never want to be bothers, and they never want to be a burden to anyone. And as a result of these things, they keep too much to themselves. They are crying inside, and they don't have that person that they can trust fully to talk to them. And so I would encourage men, if you have someone trustworthy, someone you can confide in and share everything that you're going through, please talk to that person. Don't hurt internally.
Wow. Thank you.
To the next question, how can dopamine be used in a good way? Dopamine is used in a good way on a daily basis. Even right now, it's being used in a good way. But when we take these drugs, what happens is where the dopamine gets transmitted from one neuron to another, that is where the drug comes in. The chemicals in the drug, they come and inhibit that process. And so dopamine is produced in excessive amounts, creating a craving for a particular thing. And since that drug has cut that channel link, that drug is what someone goes for entire time. So dopamine is produced in excessive amounts, but it doesn't get transmitted from one neuron to another. And so that excessive amount creates that craving. And so that craving is what leads someone to taking more and more of that drug.
They can get that clinical, eh? It's like you have a bridge, and the bridge breaks down. So you keep trying to create something to cross over. Yes. And so for the dopamine, there is a craving for more and more. And the more you're craving, the more abnormal you are becoming. And that is why you find people in the later stages of addiction. Eh? I'm sure today when Francis talks and Ian talks, people wonder, did they one time behave like the addicts we know? Yes, they did. But there is what happened, the reversal of that cycle. Thank you so much, because it's doable. Yes. You are a proof that it's doable. Yes. Okay.
And so to finish on that, so I would think of it like an electric circuit, and then there's a circuit breaker. So when you break that circuit, you as the person comes in, switch it on. So that craving is there for the electricity to move in. But then you come in and switch it on. And so the mind or the brain acts like a seesaw. So it becomes overpowered. And the brain tries as much to balance it, but it cannot unless you take that drug so that you can come to balance point. Yeah. So that's it for dopamine. But dopamine is used in a nice way when you're watching movies, when you're interacting with friends. Even now as we are talking and as you're listening, it's a reward system because you're gathering information and we're all seeking information for growth. So dopamine is actually being used in the right way. Yeah. And finally, how can we help Gen Z? Gen Z pretty much has come at a place where everyone is now successful. People don't know the stories of where people began. Even you as a parent, when you're raising your child, there are certain things you will be telling this child. There's a certain way, I would say in Kiswahili, unamkemea. Una maneno inakwama na yeye, like Francis was saying, I'm now useless. Ama wewe, you won't amount to anything. You know, such kind of comments. And he would go now to the bar to seek solace. Because those comments, they have a way, they stick to the mind of a young person. And those comments drive them to do crazy things. And so when they look at other successful people, they look at you as a parent, they see that you're successful, but they don't know what it takes to maintain that kind of success. Or they don't know what it took you to get to that place. So having a conversation and telling them that this is where it all began. In as much as we are not living in the olden times, we're in a new generation right now, these are the steps you can take to maintain yourself in this society.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
And I think this generation Z is craving for a lot of attention. Yeah?
True.
So we need to be present for our children because we are busy investing for them, not in them. We are very busy looking for money, but we are not there with them. We don't know when they are hurting. We don't know when they need us. And at the end of the day, I think we are taking them like where you are. You have so much that you wanted to share, but you cannot share. Sometimes we think we are also very good parents, right? Until something happens in the family and we start questioning our parenting. Thank you, Ian. Generation Z. Makofi kwake. Yeah, Francis was also asked a question, and I think he has his questions. He's a man of few words. There we go. We shall meet your target of 1 minute left.
Yes, Dr. Joe. During my addiction, I was always in the Mitaros, and my mother would be sending my cousins to come and fetch me. So when my age mates now have grown-up kids, I only got my firstborn 2016 and my lastborn 2019. So I don't have grown-up kids, and they are not boys, they are girls. Unfortunately, I also divorced her mother, but I parent them the best way I can by providing for them knowledge that I have in me through counseling, and also financially and spiritually and all that. The other one, about the drinking. I live in Kamakis bypass, and Fridays, magari zimejaa hapo, people drinking. Then we are not talking about these drinkers. The drinkers talking about the second generation drinks. Those drinks have been laced with formalin, benzodiazepines, THC. I can tell you that there was a time we tested the urine of a guy who was brought for alcohol, and you could find traces of bangi, cocaine, heroin through the LAPI test kit. And you just say, no, I only drink trace. But those chupas, you take them and they make this cheap liquor with all kinds of chemicals. Formalin makes it very addictive, the chemical from the mortuary. So that's why you find them waking up at 4 a.m. to go look for alcohol. Those are the ones who are sick in the mind. Those drinking beer, driving bands, I don't think they have a problem until they reach there and then they don't have money, and then maybe they are looking for cheap liquor, and then go on to them. And that's all.
I told you Francis is a man of few words. And thank you so much, Francis. By the way, if you look at Francis' profile picture, the beautiful daughters are there. And I am a witness. Sometimes at work, he tells me one of my daughters, akona baptism. One of my daughters, I think natakiwa niende clinic. And he's doing well. Don't you think so? He's doing well. Jane, we are time bad. Maybe all I would like for you to tell us. I think there was no question for you, but you can tell us about life skills training that you do at Africana College of Professionals, why you thought about it, and is it ongoing, and what does it take? Because we might not have you again here.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Yeah, and even my colleagues have been here and they've shared more about the journey they've taken. At Africana College, this is a school that offers very many courses. We have counseling courses. We have counseling courses that are related to mental health, both diploma and certificate courses. Right now, we are having life skill courses for the Form 4s who are planning to join colleges and universities very soon. And why we take these life skill courses for them, we are calling it life skills, mental health life skills for Form 4, because with our Form 4 leavers, this is where we tend to find most of them suffering mental health issues like depression and stress. We are not just majoring on depression and stress, we are calling it mental health life skill courses because we also have career and guidance coaching, we have addiction counseling, we have counseling skills, we have trauma inside or trauma in the course, and the course is a combination of many skills that will help them, that groom them, that equip them with the skills that will help them to manage and cope with challenges that they may face or they face every day. It is not just about when they're just going to colleges or universities, but courses or skills that will equip them with a gear aweze kupambana na maisha. So we also have relationship courses. We have electrical courses that this is beside counseling that we offer at Africana College. wireman, we have grade 3 and grade 2 going on. If you have someone interested, a young person who is interested in electrical courses, kindly bring them. It is courtesy of Susan Gitau Counseling Foundation. There we have given them room to train. And we have computer packages and community and health social work development courses. So these and many other courses, kindly visit us. We are located at Kiambu building. Kiambu is opposite Consolidated Bank in Thika. We are in 4th floor. So kindly come and we'll see how we can help that young man, that young girl. And we don't only rely on certificate. We have many other courses, even for class 8 leavers. So that they may not feel or think they cannot do anything. We have class 8 leavers who are working with the community outside. They assist community in many ways. We have pastoral courses as well, because we believe we are a religious institution. So we have these courses that will enable this young man, this young person, this older adult. It is a college for every other person. It is not just for young people. Karibuni sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we appreciate our panelist, Mr. Kariuki, who is an educationist, a seasoned one, and a career coach and a life coach. And you have also heard he has good experiences on family. We have Mbarire. He's an addiction counselor and also a trainer in the same area. And I know you do train that also. There's addiction training at Africana College, where he is the training coordinator. Mr. Francis Waweru, we can say what? He told us the story. You don't need to listen to somebody else's story. That is how addiction stories go like. Until you hit the rock bottom. And we have Madam Jane Wanyoike, who is the college principal, Africana College of Professionals, by the way. You said you give us room. One day we might start paying you. And I believe this show, God taking it where it belongs, we shall be able to pay you. Please don't chase us away. Those vulnerable girls and boys, you have seen they are doing very well in their exams. We do that, and if you have a vulnerable young person or a young girl or a young boy or youths from vulnerable families, please bring them. They can do that course for free, courtesy of Susan Gitau Counseling Foundation. Asante sana, and I think we just appreciate them. And as they go back to the seats, we will prepare to have Honorable Alfred Wanyoike, the chairperson, Thika District Business Association, and Kiambu County Business Coalition. He's already here. It's always good to appreciate that the government is in here. He works closely with the county government, and we never know. He may have something to tell us. You may have a question for him. He communicates directly with the governor of Kiambu County, the who is who in Thika, even where we are at Thika Greens. He knows them, and he's very supportive, and especially to the work that I do. And that is why I felt everybody that is in here, you're very close to me, by the way. You can see it's a small community, but I know you all heart to heart. And he's also one of the people that I can say from Thika who fights for me and helps me a lot drive the agenda of mental health. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. On behalf of Thika District Business Association and the business community of Thika and Kiambu County, I bring greetings from across River Chania and ask you hamjambo. My name is Alfred Wanyoike, as Dr. Susan has said. I'm the chairman. I lead the business community. It's not that I'm the best businessman, but they have felt that I have good leadership qualities to lead them and connect them to better business environment opportunities and networking. I'm sorry I came late. I had another function and I'm also leaving for another one. I had told Dr. Susan. But what you're talking, and I've listened here. I'm lucky I have come and listened to some of the testimonies. And I felt this is something that should be integrated in our communities, just like we have community health volunteers or community health workers. We should have counselors, therapists, mental therapists in every community, in every village, fully funded by the government or the county government, so that I have had challenges where somebody asked, where does the father go to be counseled, or what happens to that parent who needs also counseling and is supposed to counsel the son? Where do you take this person? Where do you take that child who doesn't have that counseling at home? Where do you take this person? Domestic violence or those issues that come from homes, they are most referred to the chiefs, to the assistant chiefs, and most of them do not have the knowledge or the know-how of handling such cases. So what they do, it's like now taking a sick person to a military camp. That person will not get help. But if this chief or this community leader knew, or there's a counseling center based nearby, you say this case now needs a counselor, and you refer the case to that. And even parents will be able to refer to the cases of their children or delinquents to such centers. The society, what it does is, when they find somebody is not up at par with the society norms, they segregate the person. And that's what makes that person go, as the gentleman who was here said, where he is accepted, where he is called chief. That is the truth. Because you have had, if you had a wife, the wife runs away. Or the wife, akikuja kwa society kwako ya mtaki yeye. Lakini when he goes to the bar, or where they are drinking, hapo anaitwa captain, anaitwa chief, anaitwa chairman. And he feels very comfortable there. So, those people who are calling this person chief or chairman, these are the people who are supposed to heal this person, because that is the truth. What am I saying? I'm saying this. When you encounter such people, whether in the family or in the society, the best thing is to be good to them and try to raise them, or try to encourage them, try to add value to them, so that they feel honored, they feel valued, and then you can be able now to talk to them or refer them to somewhere. Because kutoa mtu kwa bata kumpeleka kwa therapy, lazima umuonyeshe ni kwa nini unataka kumpeleka. So first you must make friends with that person. But when you segregate the person, that person will not heal. I have a son who is today a lawyer. I used to be a very good smoker. A good smoker is a person who smokes not less than 1 packet per day. And one day, I went home and found my son hitting ash from my cigarette. Yeah, this way. Like a small finger, but then I looked at that son and I asked him, why do you want to smoke? And he told me, he also smoke. So me, I want to do the way you, just the way you do it. Because if you do it, then it is good. And previously I've been telling my son, you don't smoke, smoking is bad, drinking is bad. Then he asked me a question. If smoking is bad, why do you smoke inside the house where we are? and you are saying it's bad, and you even leave the cigarette here, where we are, and you are saying it's bad, and you even leave the cigarette here. So I thought and decided that this boy has been thinking, because he had not smoked, he was just hitting the ash. So I knew the next step is to smoke. So I told him, I did not have somebody who would tell me the way you have told me. So you have told me that I have been doing something that is wrong, thinking it is something good. So from today, I will not smoke again. And I stopped smoking. What am I saying? I'm putting support to somebody who said here. And I think it's Kariuki. You don't wait for your father to change you. You can also change your father. You can also change your parent. You can also, either your parent can change you or you can also change somebody else. It doesn't mean that it's only the elder person that will change the younger person. Not every old man is a wise man. It's true. So, if you have good values, it does not matter where you come from. It does not matter your social status. It doesn't matter your career. You can impact that on somebody. And later on, you can say, I did something to that person. I have seen people saying, hapa ni wapi? Mwalimu wa math alisema sitaenda mbali. Ati hapa ni wapi? You see, that person has been motivated by what the teacher was negative. Is it true? They don't say that because the teacher was very positive. The teacher was telling this person, you will never go anywhere. So this person has made effort to counter what the teacher said, so that he can go or she can go and show the teacher that I can be somewhere. Na ndio namuuliza hapa ni wapi? Recently I read of a teacher in Kiambu who committed suicide. And he wrote that he had written to 17 people trying to get some advice. And nobody had responded to what he was telling them. So he found the best thing is to commit suicide and also request the lady to come and read the eulogy and on Valentine's Day. I don't know what that happened, but this person, when he was rejected, I will call it rejection, he went down with that negative energy. He did not convert it to positivity. In fact, the 17 people he wrote to, I'm sure maybe there are even some ladies, na angepata hapo. Na saa ule alimkata. The society today does not value a person on the values of a human being or the values that makes a human being, but the values of what that person has acquired. We tend to give more value to what one has in monetary or riches instead of what value this person has as a person, the integrity of this person. And that is why you find that even in churches, a very rich person and a very bad one will go to church, and in 1 week you'll be made an elder. And there's a person who is of very high integrity in that church, who has been there for 20 years, and nobody has ever recognized him. Because we do not value people by what they are, but by what they have. Is that the truth? And that is what is now impacting on our young people. They don't care what will happen. They don't care. The best thing is, I want to be recognized, or I want to drive that big car. I want to be the one with very many likes. I want to be a celeb. Whether I kill, whether I step on who, because that is what the society recognizes. That is what the society values. So I would urge you as a businessman, I'm not a professional in counseling, but even when you're talking to people, let us be also, even in schools, impacting that. Value a person as a creature of God. Not the way he dresses, not the way where he works. Unasikia mtu anasema, unajua sisi ni watu hapa chini. Sisi ni watu hapa chini. Sisi ni hustlers. Sisi hatuwezi ingia huko. You find somebody amekuwa impacted na that knowledge. Hata ukimwambia kuja nikakununulie chai Thika Greens, nasema hey, huko mimi naweza ingia. Wanaweza hata nikuba. You see, mwenyewe amesikiza mpaka mwenyewe amejivalue. Let us try to change the mentality and approach of these people. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
By the way, yesterday I was listening to something about you cannot do it without people who believe in you. And I think Mr. Wanyoike, you really believe in me. He's been trying to get me a space in Thika where we can have that community-based counseling center. And he's pushing, so we pray for him that he's able to get me that. I always tell him the 100 plus rent I pay in Thika town can be educating like how many students in university, because I still educate students in university, maybe even 4. And so I believe he will. Si tuseme abarikiwe. Abarikiwe, 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 abarikiwe sana. May God keep you strong and protect you.
Makofi.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
So our main guest here, who is making us discuss this, is Charlotte Wanja. I'm giving her an opportunity, and I'm telling her, share what you feel free to share. What you don't feel free to share, these people will know where to find you. They will find your story on social media. They will find your story on YouTube. If they go to TV stations, she's been to a couple of TV stations. And how I met her, we were last together on NTV, talking about sexual violence, especially in childhood. And asante sana for honoring the invitation. I hope our journey just began there. It's continuing and continuing. Karibu sana.
Thanks for having me. Thank you so much. Wow. I usually get stage fright the first like 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. So if you hear my voice trembling, bear with me kidogo. I was 6 years old when I was first sexually molested by my stepfather. Before that, we used to live with my mom and my younger sister, who's now late. And I wish to mention that as I do this, it's not so much for me, but in memory of her, because so now, we used to be very happy with my mom. It was, I would say, what I remember, it was a good home. It was a lovely home. And then he came in. And the very, very first time I had come from school, because those days, we used to go to school half day. And he made sure he would be home by 2 in in the afternoon. And he called me, the very first time, this is how it started. He called me, he had a booklet, this size. It was called Sex Art. So he opened it and had me look at genitalia of men and women. Then he told me, I need you to go and remove your undies, then come with your mathematics book so that it will look like I'm teaching you mathematics. I didn't understand what he meant until I went and did that and came back. It was ugly. It was ugly. And then he would finish with me. Then he would call my sister. Then he would make us sit to watch him with the house girl. But mine was more intense because it was an every day, if not every other day, that used to happen. And it came with beatings and insults and intimidation. Yeah, everything you can possibly think of that you didn't want someone telling you. Now, I used to tell my mother every day. For the few who have met me, they know I'm very bubbly. I used to tell my mother, and the only thing I ever heard from her was, we shall overcome, or the only person who's going to move out of my house is you, not my husband. And it went on to the point where I have become an example in my family since I was younger. Don't be like so-and-so because she's like this. I was labeled a prostitute, I was labeled a lesbian, which, by the way, I'm not. I was labeled everything. Everything bad, big for nothing, useless. Please note, when I was in school, I used to perform very well. I remember in primary school, from class 5 all the way to class 8, I was the best in English and Kiswahili. I would be called, I was always the best overall. But I never got any support from my family. Nobody ever cared, so nobody even noticed that my grades started going down because, again, I was good in mathematics, now I can't even stand it. I don't even like to count. I just don't like it at all. And then, one time, my late sister, I saw she had shingles because I tested positive for HIV in 1996 by virtue of, I grew up knowing I'm worthless, I'm not going to amount to anything anyway. I mean, when people say, usiwe kama fulani, kazi yake tu ni ukimwi na kuzaza kwa nyumba na kuongea mambo ya urongo. I was called a liar by the liars. That's what I like to say. I was called a liar. I was labeled a liar. Why can't you just keep quiet? Why are you lying? Iyo mambo, as recently as last week. Hayo mambo unaongea mambo mbaya, 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 mbaya. And I'm like, hayo mambo mnasema mambo mbaya, mbaya, mbaya happened to me. I'm living that life. I don't even know what to say. Because I have my moments. See, I have my moments when I sit and think about it. This affected me economically, financially, emotionally, mentally, everything. Because now I'm living with a stigma of being sexually abused, and I'm living with a stigma of HIV. So you see, it's hard to even get through to some things. It's hard to even deal with some people. And unfortunately, even Muslim men don't even want to deal with me because ukona HIV, you're a person of loose morals. So you're only good for the occasional, but you're not good enough for a wife. You're not good enough for a mother. I have 2 children, alhamdulillah, and one is married and the other one is 22. But still, this is what society is making me feel like right now. This is what my family is making me feel like right now. It does not matter what you say. You're just going to be out there for as long as you're you're still talking about it. And even after you stop talking about it, you'll still be out there. I was an awkward child. I didn't know how to behave around people. And maybe you'll notice I like to keep to myself a lot, and I have earphones standby. Because I may come and sit in your crowd, and then y'all are going to look at me like, you know, that's how I've grown up. I have not believed in myself in a long time. I've always been in the wrong career because I go for an interview and I cannot be able to explain myself. And I must admit, I dated younger people than me for years. And then my sister died. And she only stayed for 4 months. And the only thing that she said to me when I told her, after I saw the shingles, I asked her, have you ever thought of getting tested? She stood up and looked at me dead in the eye and told me, number 1, if I ever get pregnant, I'm having an abortion. Number 2, if I have HIV, let me die. Let them know when I'm dying that I have HIV, because I will not be treated the way you're being treated. Me, I want to be loved. So you see, I don't know love. And in as much as right now we've reconciled with my mom, the lies are still there. She told me that she told the police, she reported to the police, and he bribed them and everything, but I know that did not happen. Because as I went on growing up, I decided when I turned 12, this is not happening to me again. I don't care. I didn't know what was happening was wrong. I don't care. If he wants to beat me to death, it's about time. So he came back from wherever, and I told him, you're not touching me today. And the beating I got that day is the reason why I have the crutches. It's the reason why I have back problems and all the others that come with it. So it's all physical, it's internal and external. It's all there, you see. And during this tussle, we used to live with my auntie, and I can't even mention her name. My mom's first cousin, she stood up to him and told him, wachana na mtoto, nichukue mimi. And do you know what his condition was? Bora akuje na angalie vile kunaenda. Awache kutusumbua. And my auntie, at the time, bus fare used to be 1 shilling or 2 shillings. And my auntie gave me 1 shilling and she told me, run. It was like 7 p.m. Run as fast as you can. Run. Run. I had a grandmother who used to live, we used to live on Jogoo Road. So I had a grandmother who used to live in Botella. And she told me, go to Shosho, tell her to give you the other shilling and go to Shosho, the one I'm named after, who's my mother's mother. So I was getting to my grandmother's house late in the night, and I told her what has been happening. And that December, I became a woman. I started my first period. And that is how God protected me from getting pregnant from this man, because if I had not fought like I did, I would have conceived his child that December. Until now, everyone's okay with it. Nobody's doing anything about it. For me, it's a story she's telling. She's a 50-year-old woman looking for attention. Atanyamaza tu. See, I can't begin to explain. Last year, August, my mother was admitted in hospital. He made advances at me. He's been making advances at me. He tells me, if you want me to improve your lifestyle, but at the time he was working, he was a big person. If you want me to improve your lifestyle, if you want me to take you to college, if you want me to do things for you, you have to do what I want. That is why my late sister went to university. That's why when my late sister graduated in university, everyone was there. But when I graduated from modeling school, we were in Malaya. We were in Mrongo. We were Mwache. When I got to Form 2 high school, when we were doing social studies, that was when I found out that what was being done to me was wrong, because all along I knew it was okay, and I'm the rebellious child. We were being taught about incest. And I remember raising my hand 3 times. And when the 3rd time it clicked, I asked even about a stepfather, and it clicked. I stood up and walked out of that class. And the teacher tried to stop me, and I slapped him. And I walked out. I was done. I was ready to be everything that they say I am. You see, and even after it was decided that she should go home because nobody knows how to handle me, the person that was sent to come and pick me up, guess who? It's him. And may I demonstrate something? This is how he was holding me with his hands inside my school uniform. Nobody cares. It's in the past. You should forget about it. You are now a grown woman, so sex for you. So ushazoea tangu ukiwa mtoto. So, yeah, those are my moments. And as I sit here, I have nothing left to lose except my life. Nothing. Support of family, I don't have it. I posted in the family and on my WhatsApp about this particular function, and my younger sister posted for her own function, and everyone supported her, and nobody said a word about what I'm doing. Nobody. Nobody. Only one person, my cousin, has asked me, so, do you have a link or something? But nobody has ever sat down and asked me, how do you live? What's going on? What can you do? Only one uncle told me, I'm so sorry this happened to you. I don't know how to help you. So here I am dealing with injuries inflicted on me by someone who's walking free, living his best life, plays his trumpet, front pew kanisani, hapo ndio yuko anachezaga trumpet hapo. Mi ndio mbaya. Mimi ndio. Hata pastor wa hiyo kanisa, he told me, do you know, I don't know which lady he was talking about. She died as a virgin. And I'm like, what did I do to warrant that comment from you? It's your congregant who's supposed to be a parent who ruined me. That's why I'm what I am today. That's why at the time, I used to drink so much. Stand in the middle of Jogoo Road, wait for the fastest car to come and hit me, and I swear not one vehicle ever came. I have taken drugs overdose. Not even a stomachache. I don't get it. I have tried taking my life so many times because it did not make sense. Then I became a Muslim. And I'm not crying now as much as I used to cry then. Because when I recite the Quran, I leave the pain there. And God takes it up from there. So, I know there's a child out there who's suffering. And that is why I'm here.
Well, a better clap. Better clap. Yes, yeah. Yes, it's so powerful, very powerful. I know she will give us the links to follow her. By the way, she's learned as much as you listen to her. And I believe we are just starting. We'll go far. very far. And I know this is not in vain. It is not in vain. There's a child somewhere who has been sexually violated. He's still going through it, and they don't know what to do. You're talking about sexual child abuse, and you can see for yourself. I don't want to talk a lot because I'll have my own comments. I would like to give the panelists a chance. And Derito, now, before you even talk, because this one you must answer if it's possible, if it's in your capacity. This is childhood sexual trauma, for real. We are talking about 6 years. When she was 6 years, sexually molested by her own stepfather. The person was supposed to protect her and guard her. Now, she says, right now as I suffer, he's walking scot-free, enjoying and still asking her, do you still want to bow down to my ways so that I can help you? I do know you haven't worked with the government. Now that there is no evidence, children don't know how to keep evidence. Sometimes they are threatened to keep quiet. I don't know how you encountered such things in the government. Chemist? I don't know. Your word. Welcome.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Susan. This is quite a challenge because I need first maybe to introduce myself. I worked at the government chemist for the last 25 to 30 years, but I also taught for 10 years after I left college. So for the last 25 years, I worked at the government chemist as a chemical analyst and then as a forensic analyst. That is, a forensic analyst actually makes use of this knowledge of science to bring up statements or evidence in form of a statement or a fact in science in order to promote a legal matter or a certain evidence which is required. So we actually add on to information to the courts that is scientific that will help the courts come to a conclusion about a particular case. So my experience is that most of the evidence or what comes to us at the lab for analysis is something physical, tangible. So with her kind of case, you'll see that there is nothing. That happened when she was a small girl. And the only evidence that would be there, I wish there was a lawyer here, is what they call circumstantial evidence, but it also adds weight to a particular case, especially if there are witnesses who are ready to stand in court and say, yes, it is so and so. It happened, this and, you know. So with the government chemist, we deal with physical matters. We deal with evidence that is in the form of clothes, in form of blood, or rather stains in clothes, basically biological stains such as blood, semen, saliva, and especially what we call buccal swabs from the mouth. So those are the kind of things we deal with. And any other evidence, like in blood, we look for things like presence of alcohol and drugs. And also, if blood is in clothes of the victim, we'll definitely know that this blood, if it is of the victim, we do analysis and we find out this blood actually on the clothes of the victim belongs to the perpetrator. So you see, we are trying to link. Most of what we do is trying to use the evidence that is given, brought in by the police. We don't get the evidence from anybody else except the police. When they bring the evidence, we do analysis to try and link the accused to the material, or rather the crime, or link them to the victim. So when there is no that link in form of any object, it becomes a problem. So, and mostly, we want to tell people that you as a person actually are a scene of crime. And in most of the sexual gender-based violence, like what she had to go through as a child, actually most of the evidence that comes in that should come in for analysis to link the perpetrator to the victim and also to the crime that they have committed, and any other evidence that is given in court actually comes from the crime scene, the area of the crime, and even the person themselves is also a crime scene, because we also get information from that person. One of them is known as a high vaginal swab. It is taken from high up in the vagina. Okay? The other is blood on the clothes, and that is why we say, please do not destroy evidence. That is one important thing everyone should know. Because of the stigma that is there in sexual violence, we find that people are so stigmatized, they feel dirty and they go and wash, and after they've washed is when they go to seek for medical help. Interesting enough, most people now are aware when you're sexually violated, you go and to the hospitals, you get your treatment against exposure to HIV, treatment against pregnancies, and treatment against any STIs, that is sexually transmitted diseases you could get. But after that, people shy off from going to report, and reporting is very important. If we are going to be able to fight this vice, okay, of sexual gender-based violence or sexual assault, we need to report to the police, because when we report to the police, they are able, let's not think about the other negative things. Think positively, because I have worked in the government chemist and I have actually stood in a court of law to actually support a certain fact after my findings in the laboratory. And people have been convicted. And cases where they have actually followed up that, they have been convicted. But sometimes they're not able to do anything, or it becomes a dead end because the evidence that was brought to by the police has already been tampered with, or you did not report in good time. That's another key factor, because some of the evidence that we require from a victim is evidence that deteriorates with time, okay? Such as another thing that when we take the high vaginal swab, we're actually looking for semen up there in the vagina. So if you take more than 24 hours, as it goes on to 72 hours, most of the semen has flowed out and there's nothing to take. Although it is still taken, even when you report the out to the medical center, usually is the first place I would advise people to do, go to the a medical center, and especially some of these, like Nairobi Women's, who have a gender violence recovery center. They are doing a good job. So they take it, even if it's after 72 hours, they still take it, but usually there is nothing that we actually find out. And it is very strong. The method that is currently being used is a very advanced method of DNA analysis. And actually this gives a very high probability ratio of that blood from that cloth of the victim actually belongs to the perpetrator. So when we don't destroy evidence, we need to make sure we don't wash our clothes, we don't even bathe, and we report in good time. Secondly, you also need to know what you need to get from that victim, okay? Sometimes you go to hospital, they've been compromised and they say, no, hakuna haja hii this. Sometimes you even have brought in a condom, they tell you hakuna haja hii, and you just agree. You need to know your rights, that evidence that you have should be kept. If you have not destroyed any evidence, the clothes that you are wearing, or even markings, or maybe something fell on your side of your legs, a swab should be taken. A whole examination is done in the hospitals by a nurse, and they actually strip you and get every evidence they can get from you, and you describe everything that happened. Another thing that is also forgotten is about scratching. When one is sexually abused, it's good to fight back, and when you fight back, tell them that you scratched that person so that the nail clippings can be gotten, and then from those nail clippings, there's some body tissue that was left there, even sometimes blood. And in most cases, that is ignored. So as a victim, you also need to know that if there was any scratching that was done, fight back, get evidence from the body tissues that are left on the fingernails. So you need to know even fingernails scrapping should be taken by the police, okay? Apart from the clothes and the high vaginal swab, and the panty, don't wash it off, because that is where the evidence is found. Hope that is.
I know you may have more questions. Yeah. A clap for Anne. She's actually an expert. Give her the mic. Give Pastor Mary, and then we can go this side afterwards. Yeah. Now we know. Now we No, we did not know. Pastor Mary Matheka, maybe your take here is to let us know, do you encounter such cases? How do you handle them? And what is your word for us? We are representing the society.
Thank you, Dr. Susan. Yes, such cases we have encountered. I remember some years back, a lady came to me and she was married. It happened when she was young, actually around 5 years. Now she is over 30, she's in marriage. She didn't know how to handle it, but she told me, I realized this is what is happening to my marriage, because when my husband touches me, I don't want. I withdraw from such. And that is when she realized that what happened, and it was a case also of a relative. So these things are happening. And as a pastor, one of the things I usually tell parents, and that know who is with your child. What are they doing? He may be your brother, he may be your husband, but make sure as a mother you play your role, especially when it is a girl. But also in nowadays things have changed. Also young men, because relatives, when they come to our homes, we are allowing them to spend with us, to be with our children. And because they are sons, you tell your sons, go and sleep in your bedroom with so and so, without knowing whether this child is already practicing homosexuality, because we have had cases whereby a son has been introduced to homosexuality by a brother. As a mother, you are not aware. So we can't be ignorant. What I need to say is, as parents, don't be ignorant. When your child raises an alarm, don't beat them. Don't say, no, you are lying. Sit down with that child, listen to them, and be able to dig deeper and know what my child is saying. Could it be the truth? Yes, they have said the father, because I also dealt with a case whereby the mother had twins, daughters. No, not daughters, sons. The father was doing the act with them, practicing homosexuality with the sons. And you see, many times, the reason why many people fear to speak is when they speak, they'll be told, you are lying. How can your father do such? No, you want me to end this marriage with your father. So let's know, these are things that are happening from even people that we trust. There is a scripture in the Bible that says in Jeremiah 5:26, among my people I have found wicked men. This is God who is saying, among the people that I created, I have found wicked men. So in our society, even in church, there is wickedness. Men that have chosen to do things that are not godly. Women that have chosen to do things that are not godly. So these cases are happening, and to our shame as a pastor, some of the things are even happening through men and women of God in quotes. Because like our sister said, this man is in the front benches in church. But I want you to understand this, that even pastors, even men and women in leadership in church, they are people. They can do things that people do. So when somebody raises such a case, it is good that we don't dismiss them. Listen to them. If you can't handle it, you can also ask for help so that we can be able to deal with these situations. The other day, I dealt with an issue of somebody who was referred to me. And she came and said, Pastor, my family, they have rejected me. When I got married, they listened to my husband and they say I am the one who is lying. So the family has dismissed her. Now, where she was running to get help, she went to a particular servant of God. It is a case of violence and such. And then, the place where she was seeking for help, now also this man wants what she has been facing. And now she was asking, Pastor, where do we run to? In the society we are facing this. We go to a servant of God, we are facing the same. But I am here to say, there are still genuine men and women of God who fear God. So let's not be afraid. Seek for help, and you will get that help. Amen? Hallelujah.
Amen.
And also, allow me to say this, Dr. Susan, that life, somebody said life is not a straight line. Pain will always be there. In the society, when you go to church, in school, you will meet these people. And there is a time I said, pain is a destructive force that you need to intentionally plan to rise above it. That when I face this, yes, I am broken. I am going through this, but I can still rise above it. Why? Because God is our strength. God is our help. He helps us to forgive. And allow me this finally to say, when you encounter such kind of things, my prayer, I know it is not easy, is that you find within your heart to forgive. Because that is where healing arises from. You forgive, deal with the pain, seek for help, and also spiritual help. So if the spiritual part is not dealt with, it will be repeated again. Because there are things that are released. So when spiritually this child is not disconnected from such, it is very, very easily to happen again and again. And I'm saying this, having seen people who have gone through it severally. So, and my prayer is that if you have a sister, a friend, or a child that has gone through that, spiritually disconnect this child from such spirits that in life they will never pursue them. But we really pray for people, and also people get healed, and we watch and see them grow and become help to other people.
Yes. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. You can pass the mic. Yes, you can hear Pastor with the difference, yeah? She's so realistic, acknowledges the pain in the church, acknowledges the limitation in the church, and I guess that's why we also work so easily with you. Listen to the child. Do not dismiss anyone who says they have been sexually violated. And for children, we say, and this is internationally recognized, that best interest of the child. First believe them. Then later on we can deal with them if it was a lie. But a child's innocence destroyed at the age of 6 years, and now she's 50, 47. Yes, you can imagine. You're talking about 41 years of pain.
And you can still see the pain. Yeah, so it's not worth it. Yes, Dr. Rose Kithura, you have worked a lot with women like Shalon, and even what you're hearing from Pastor Mary. I know we have shared a lot about your work there, and I don't know, like, what can we learn from, the way you've been working with these violated women and girls in the States? What can we learn from them? As Africans, is there something we can learn that can help us? With the short time we've been together, we've shared a lot with you. You've been in our events on sexual and gender-based violence, especially in online, colleges and universities, African Nazarene universities here. Maybe there is something we can learn from the best practice that you have there. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Susan, for your time, and to my colleagues and Sister Saada for sharing your story as well. Wangari Maathai in Unbowed started by saying, what people see as fearlessness is really persistence. And what Sister Saada is doing is being very persistent. What these women and girls who experience gender-based violence, and especially sexually intimidation, harassment of any kind from childhood, is that persistence and that belief that in their own story, they know very well that this is their story. So starting from that empathetic, compassionate perspective in believing in these women and girls. So in my experience, working with battered women's shelter victim services, rape crisis centers, as well as in the context of the refugee populations that I worked with, the Somali Bantu, Sierra Leone, Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Liberia. Each of these groups' needs are very specific. Those that plague the community from Somalia are very different than those that plague the community, say, from Liberia and Sierra Leone. Conflict is conflict. War has no time, no place, and the violence is absolutely very intense. Much more for children. So when you think of children seeing their families being violated and being destroyed, and then maybe even those children being conscripted into becoming the very perpetrators, killers, and so on, rapists at age 9, violating 50-year-old women, women who are old enough to be their grandmothers, and so on. That child now matriculates into the US, where they're supposed to be resettled, learning these skills, how to participate properly on campuses, in their school systems. They encounter very serious problems. With the Somali Bantu community, there was a very heavy literacy issue because Somalia has been at war for so long. And so going to school is very informal and very lucid and fluid, because if conflict breaks out, you're not interested in school. As Maslow's hierarchy of needs says, if your most basic needs are not being met, you cannot transcend. And so these children cannot transcend and properly matriculate in this resettlement process accordingly, because they are still dealing with the post-conflict traumas that they have endured with war, that their families are now currently enduring. Their families themselves can disintegrate into despair, disillusionment. You're in a new culture, you don't speak the language, you don't understand the financial literacy pieces. It's not that you're not driven about wanting to work. It is that you are unable to actually transition, to have that bridge. And now that's where we come in with that social work. I'm getting the counselors, the police, and so on. Because that disillusionment and that depression then transitions into violence in the home, verbal, psychological, and so on. That child is not going to report the family because they don't want to lose that family member. They've already lost a lot from where they came from, Kakuma, Dadaab, and everywhere else. So they continue that cycle, take that violence to school, dealing with it incorrectly, with substance abuse, anger that is beyond anger, it is now rage. So even a simple disagreement in the classroom, it spirals into something it doesn't need to be. And the child gets reprimanded instead of the faculty or the teachers or the tutors understanding where this child is coming from. Again, dealing with stereotyping, dealing with racism in a culture that does not understand you in the first place. So this child stands no chance. Stood no chance in Kakuma and Dadaab, stands no chance in America. And this is supposed to be the land of the free and the brave. So how do we help? How does Rosa Gitau help such a child? Is by making sure that not just that you meet the needs of this child, but that you work with the families themselves, get them the counseling they need, the appropriate counseling, so that I may not be the correct person, but Dr. Susan is, because she understands culturally what's needed. That Sister Saada is the one who I bring to Halima and Hawa Mugaza, because she understands Islam. Instead of me taking her to a church where she's not going to be understood on multiple levels because of the religious belief, because of a lack of understanding culturally, and there are just entirely too many layers to work through. So understanding that person comes to the absolute lowest denominator. And if you can't understand the adult, you will not be able to help that child. And generationally, what have you done as a service provider for trauma-informed care? You have failed this child, so this child is just going to replicate exactly what has happened in the home post-conflict. When we think of a Mandela Fellows Initiative where I serve as a mentor, mentorship is absolutely very important and it matters. We have kept on saying here, monkey see, monkey do. Well, this whole concept of monkey see, monkey do mentorship becomes that dopamine in the positive. So you flip it on the positive side, that if this child is able to see positive role models in Dr. Susan, positive role models in Sister Sada, then they'll be able to matriculate accordingly. I envelope this in this particular initiative. The parent is Young African Leaders Initiative, which is in Washington, D.C. And it's supposed to be a reciprocal program for individuals who have left high school and onwards between the ages of 20 to 35. They are very driven individuals. Some of them have performed regularly in school. Some of them did not necessarily perform very well in school. And others are profoundly gifted on the border of being geniuses in their own right. And they are selected to represent their African countries as ambassadors. These individuals get entrepreneurial skills. So if they're interested in the arts, they get affiliated into a university campus abroad. They interact with leaders within the community as well as within the government. They get to do community service and they get to commiserate with American students so that it's a symbiotic process. It's not just the Americans pouring into these African students, but also vice versa. And those American students also get to come over. I've got 4 mentees currently. 2, one is Samburu and has an educational learning initiative specifically geared towards shepherd learning, because in their community they move from place to place. And he felt that there is a big loss within the community because every time they have to move with their animals, they lose in terms of education, which means this new generation continues to become morons and so on, but they lose out economic power, empowerment, and so on. Lifting their community up and themselves and their families is not going to happen. You then envelope into harmful cultural practices of forced marriages, child marriages, female circumcision, female genital mutilation, and we talk language, because as you deal with this population and deal with these issues, you have to be respectful of the fact that these individuals don't necessarily view their families as mutilators. They don't view their families as violators necessarily, of course. Now when we talk about how this initiative helps these students to serve on that entrepreneurial portion, they then become the mentees. The mentees then become the mentors. One is Gabra, and she's dealing specifically with female circumcision in her community, educating against it, and then working on this other side for economic empowerment, because a circumcised girl then gets married off, so there's an economic piece here to it. You can't just tell people to stop a practice without giving them an option for how they're going to survive. So even as service providers, we have to understand that fact. Africana College has a wonderful life skills program that you heard about from Councillor Miss Jean. This we do career development and mentorship in. One of the activities we did was them creating their vision boards. Your vision board is your life, it's your dream. Nobody can tell you about your dream. Nobody could have told Sister Sada she'd be here sharing her story and how it would then matriculate into something else that's meaningful for others. These particular students are learning from each other, and they are also learning from the individuals who are providing these lesson plans to them. They are therefore creating the pipeline for their own success. Be your own dream. That's what I keep pushing for them. Whatever you've envisioned for yourself, you're the only one who can bring it to life. Your yesterday does not dictate your tomorrow. Thank you.
Daktari. Thank you, Dr. Gitau. Such an amazing soul, I say again. And she echoes issues of poverty, issues of immigration. And I know if we had more time, she would tell us how people get sexually violated, seeking for these papers. to stay, right? And she has mentioned about post-selection violence. And I think that really motivated me for my PhD, because I encountered very many integrated, internally displaced persons who are actually taking care of children that were born out of rape during the post-selection violence 2007-2008 in Kenya. There's a booklet that I printed. One purpose for that booklet is to raise funds to keep this show alive. So if you can grab a copy, well, we've set it at 500, but you can buy more than 500. We will appreciate. And I know Alan has it somewhere, and David. Please support us. And you can read more on the effects of trauma from that small booklet. We have tried to simplify the concepts so that everybody can understand. That's a small booklet. And we intend to do more and more as we do this education on mental health to many people. The only boy child on set, Mr. Joseph Weru, I know you did your research work on teenage pregnancy. And a number of those girls were sexually molested into motherhood. I know you may not talk about which case is which, but you can be general and let us know, how do we protect our girls from all these forms of sexual and gender-based violence? And what is the role of women? What is the role of men? Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Daktari. And first of all, to say that my research, I did it in Mombasa County, and it was so interesting to discover some of those things, because I realized that in Kilifi, where I did what I was doing at is piloting, I realized that there was so many cases, especially a girl molested or sexually abused at 9 years and 8 years old, and the community, they could not even see as if it is a problem. And also in Kitui, as well as in Migori, you find that these cases, they are very high. And in this research, I discovered that it starts with the family. And we had our sister, Shalon, talking about it, that the family need to support the child so that they can provide the safe space where the child can be supported and also to share this abuse. Then you find that in the family, they need also to take care of the child, especially when they are growing up. When I listened to Shalon, it takes me back that there are some cases which you find the child allowed 2 to 6 years. They are intent to ask so many questions. And if you have some of those children, they usually ask so many questions. And if they have parents or caregivers allowed them, they usually ask, if it is a girl, how comes that I don't have pennies? How comes that I don't have, if it's a boy, how comes that I have that intruding thing in me? So they usually need those answers. But you find we dismiss them. If they are not, those answers they are not answered there, then they go to school. And that is where now they are introduced. And in school, it is so interesting that we have even teachers here. And you can tell teachers also and our community as a African, we don't condone those kind of conversation in school. And I'm happy that this program of school nowadays they talk about sexual related matters. Although I was scrutinizing that, given that my wife is also a teacher, so I was scrutinizing what they teach, and she was telling me that they teach just to protect your body and organs, to know your organs. This is my body and should be protected and should be mine only. And that is what they are taught. And most of the time, they usually teach them pray. You know, children, they like praying aloud, and also artwork. So I feel that the program nowadays, it is so good. Then in the school also there is peers who influence these children. Remember, they did not get that information at home. So these peers, they can give them the long information. And you can see, even Shalon, she is talking about where she was exposed. And you can imagine a situation where there is a child where they have phone. Nowadays we talk about social media. They can expose themselves in those social media and look pornography and also look for those materials. And also they can hide and go practice touching those organs and also practicing. And you can imagine also, when I was looking at this research, I realized that also the church, I interviewed the church leaders and also mosque imam, whereby they were also ashamed sharing about this issue. Although at the same time, we are encouraging them to talk about it, because if we fail to talk about it, it will never get healed. And Madam Shalon, this is the beginning, and you are doing very well to get that confidence. And then I realized that the government itself has put measures to curb these issues, though now there is a question which was asked about the lawyer, but I happen that I have worked with closely with the lawyers and doctors, and recently I was telling someone I may differ with some people, because if there is no evidence, what are we going to show in the court? At the same time, you find that sometimes you may like someone so much, but with the evidence, it doesn't matter whether you are protecting that person. You have to do the right thing and to protect that child. Like how Shalon, she is very bitter with the stepfather. She is angry, and you can imagine Shalon, given that she has lived those many years, having going over and over those things, and nobody was willing to handle this. And even right now, as we speak, you can tell she needs a support, even though the government and the legislature maybe has passed through laws. Is there someone to implement them? And that is where I was coming in as a researcher and also counselor, finding that we need people who can stand and be confident talking about this issue without fear. As a boy child, there is a myth that in Africa, boy child is a man enough. And you are not told, you are not oriented at what stage you are supposed to be a man enough. And it is very important for us to talk about it without fear, and also to encourage young boys and girls to have a healthy relationship. Because like what I said, in counseling, you find that some of the things which we put them as a shame, they are very helpful to explain to those young people, so that they can lead away those questions which they may have.
Wow.
Yes, thank you so much.
However shameful we think it may be.
Yes, thank you.
Wow. Joseph, and I know even Joseph will continue having conversations with many of us. I know at Pentecost, you've been seeing Joseph there, very passionate about the girl child. You can see where he's coming from, and he's a father of a daughter.
Yes, I am a father of 2 daughters.
2 daughters.
Yes.
Wow, congrats. So we know. So he's male championing for the girl child, because it was girl teenage pregnancy, not boy.
Yes, it is girls. Pregnancy.
Yeah, you get the point. So I think he's telling us in another way that we need evidence-based information that we can argue with. And he's also telling us, don't run away from the truth. face it. And I think Charlotte is a champion who is telling us, even if I'm told, shut up, don't talk about it. She's feeling motivated to save another girl, another child there. She's feeling motivated to empower parents to listen to those stories that sometimes we find silly. And you know, children have ways of telling you that they are being sexually molested. One of it, if it's in the family, they are afraid of a certain family member. Kindly follow and find out why. Or you find your child telling you, Mommy, come and touch me here. Daddy, come and touch me here. And they don't have the concept of sex and sexuality as we do. But we don't give attention to it. Or even when they tell you, so-and-so touched me on where teacher said don't touch. And you just ignore. And you say, shut up, what are you trying to say? And again, the aspect of not being selfish. Because when we are selfish, we cannot see beyond our selfishness when somebody else is hurting. As I invite you, I would like you to lift up your hands wherever you are. Both of them. I'm lifting one because I have the mic. Go to your right side. Your left. Right. Left. Emmanuel, as it tells us what time we have. Up. Siku chakula iko moto. Down. Haya twende juu. We have 15 minutes for you guys. Up again. Then back. Kanakuanga kazuri. Wow. Yes, I can see even my MC. So it's your time, but I want to give Tekla a moment, even as you ask questions. Tell us about your amazing program for the girls. You never know. You know, some people, when we ask them, give us biscuits, give us sanitary napkins, come and help me to volunteer. Now they will know. Welcome, Tekla.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh. So, as I've said, I'm Tekla Okalo, and I work with an institution called Pendekezo Letu Rehabilitation Center. And we work very closely with Dr. Susan. And our children, or our girls, comes basically from the streets, either from Thika or Nairobi. When she was talking, I was seeing our children. Because the young girls we receive at our institution are 6 years. And what they share, when you listen to them, you realize that the community have forgotten the children, and the children don't have somebody who can raise their voice. The reason being, from the family level, if it's our mother like me, I want to protect my husband. I want to protect my relative. And we forget that we are causing harm to these particular children. When they grow up, you don't know the kind of women they'll come to be when it comes to their relationship, or when they'll want to get married, or when they'll be approached by anyone. And for us, we do a lot of counseling in our institution. I'm very happy I've come with two staff. One is our child counselor, Helen, just wave. And we have Joyce, who is also a social worker, who recruits those children from the street. Let me tell you, very young children, both boys and girls, have a lot of mental illness. A lot. The only thing that they have that we need to support is how we are going to manage their fear and how we can help them speak. And in our institution, what we do most of the time, you see, when we are working with the guidelines of the government, we sensitize the children on child protection, child rights, and how to report. They look for somebody who they trust, either in school or a relative, who they can report to or share in case of a case like sexual abuse. Some of our parents that we deal with, they are commercial sex workers. And for those children, that is a normal thing, because that is where the mother she goes to work in a brothel to bring food on the table. The same parents are the ones who are bringing men to sell their children to these men so that they can get food on the table. For these children, they feel it's not wrong because it's a normal thing. And sometimes back, I remember on TV, there was a documentary that was brought on TV, which was talking about in the slums of Korogocho, children are selling themselves at a cost of 30 shillings to sleep with someone because that is normal to them. So what I want to say is, Dr. Susan, even in schools, I know you have very good volunteers. Schools are not aware that children are suffering even at home. Where I work, we have even cases where we are, sometimes back they were reporting about boys and girls. Some of them have started lesbianism and gayism. One, there's an issue of social media. And secondly, what are the parents doing in the house? If we have house girls, what are these house girls doing with our children? Because some of these things are introduced by the house girls that we have in our homes. Secondly, there's an issue of dysfunctional families. Very many. We have very many single parents. Very many. It's not their wish, because you cannot stay there to please someone where you are not wanted, isn't it? And we normally say that God has our plan. So because of that, children in school are even taking alcohol. A lot of it. A lot. And there was somebody who was saying, I don't know whether it's in Thika, there's a place they are selling alcohol near an institution. So they were calling for the government, what are they planning to do? Because children, very young youths, are just going to be wasted. I mean, what I believe, every child is unique. When you heard Mr. Kariuki and he was talking about you feel useless and whatever, as we believe, every child is unique. Sometimes back when my son was performing very poorly, I was asking myself, I'm pushing my son, how did I perform when I was in school? Maybe I was not getting an A, nilikuwa kule kwa D, sindio? But I want my son to be top, so that in school, I'll be famous. Maybe I represent myself in the board, so nataka nishine kule, in the board, my son is the best performer. But how did I perform in school? Personally, I don't cane my child, because let me tell you something, corporal punishment will not solve your problem. And most of the people are even running away from home because of fights. Are we together? So how do we guide our children in a positive way? So in this case, for those who don't have the child helpline, it's normally 116. Come across any child, kuna issue ya child abuse. 116. It's normally free.
Child helpline.
Yes, it's a child helpline. Another thing, let us familiarize ourselves with our constitution. This is the Children's Act. We talk about children, but we've never gone through the constitution, or we don't know where we can get this. And that's why even our children will take us to court, will be arrested and will be jailed. Because the constitution will always protect the best interest of the child. Are we together? So with those few remarks, thank you very much and have a blessed day. Asanteni.
Tell them they are welcome. We always have it.
By the way, you are welcome. I was seeing my friends from Nazarene. I was so happy, by the way. They did a very great job to our institution. We also received donations in kind. Are we together? Because the thing is, these children need to eat. These children need to put on clothes. And through Susan and her team, even today they were asking me, tunakuja tena. Others, tunakuja kula nyama lini. Nyama tuambia skule tutakula when you are having a party with the girls. And I also support Susan with girls who want rehabilitation. Right now I'm working with, where is Francis? She's supporting us in recruiting teenage mothers and even young girls in the slum and the street area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thika. Thank you. Amazing, amazing. You have grown with those children and we have grown together. Yeah, I really appreciate Pendekezo Letu. Pendekezo Letu means our girl, our choice. And so maybe Sonny can tell us a different story because he works at Nairobi Women's. 2 questions or 2 comments from the audience. Tafadhali, saidia David.
Yeah, any hand? Thank you.
Kindly tell us who you are, where you come from. It's very important that we get to know.
Yeah. Just
She's up. Okay, there is another camera over there. Fine.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lara Kivuti. I'm a student from Africana pursuing counseling psychology. And I have a question directed to the panelist. And we've had a lot, and from whatever we've had, a lot has come out on intergenerational trauma. Particularly, I'm seeing trends where we are being raised by traumatized parents. So probably it's giving me an example of something I recently heard of a girl who shared with the mother of having been sexually violated, but the mother didn't know what to do because herself, she was sexually violated. So my question is, yes, we've mentioned one solution being working together with the families when we are offering help to the kids, but the question is also to the parents. So what happens to this parent who doesn't know if my daughter comes to me with this, or even if my son comes to me with presenting these issues, and I know I have this pile in me. The human, it's not inhuman for this parent to put their self first and not this kid. So my question is, are there other things that can be done aside from working together with the parents to help our parents resolve their traumas so that they can help us? Yeah, thank you.
Wow, thank you, Lara.
Another hand there.
Another one so that we tackle them together. Very.
Greetings.
Greetings.
I'm Joseph Silla, a student at Africana University. And, I'm a law student, currently pursuing a unit called Children and Law. And I've heard Madam Tekla talking about the best interest principle of the child, which is at Shalon and Article 53 and the Children's Act, and it replaced the 10-year doctrine. And there are rights that about neglect and cruel treatment that children are protected against and articulated in the national legal instruments, but practicability of it seems to be missing and unveiling challenges in relation to it, because many cases have been unreported and those children have been suffering, because if we can hear those are the ones they are dealing with, they are the one which they have heard about themselves, and the legal framework is yet to address about them. What else can we do so that we can address the complexity and the missing gaps in the legal framework in relation to the rights to protection against neglect and cruel treatment? Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Kahenya.
Yeah.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you for this opportunity. Mine is not really a question, maybe food for thought, and also studying on behalf of the boy child. And I will start with a quote. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. I'm saying that because for me, I see this as an oasis of hope. You are a strong woman, Shalon. I like your confidence, and I think you coming out and talking to that child, talking to that person who is going through that, I think that is the right step. As my student has said, there are gaps in the law, and they will always be there. The law of man is always a problem. And I don't see it being a solution even in the next 100 years. However, coming out, creating that awareness, that advocacy, shouting it, no matter, even if only one person will hear it. Sometimes in the African society, we have a story of the hyena and the rock. The hyena was walking along the road and found a rock and told the rock, give way to Mr. Hyena, the feces. But obviously, the rock didn't give way. But the hyena bypassed and said, I know you heard me even if you didn't, give way. So to me, continue with that, because the parents don't see the symptoms. They don't see that this child is being abused. The school, the same way. But you talking it out, you will help one person. You will help two people. That is very good. That is sufficient. As we wait for the laws to change, I think the advocacy is what is important. Somebody will see it. A teacher will see. A doctor will see when the child goes for clinic. A passerby will see that there's something wrong with this child. For me, I think that is where change will come. And I'm happy for that, and I encourage you. It takes a lot of strength. It takes a lot of courage. Not many of us can stand there and say this happened. So to me, I appreciate you that and keep it, because somebody quoted Wangari Maathai, and he talked of is it the hummingbird or the hummingbird? Yes, that kanyoni. It can put off a forest fire. Going down to the river, pick a drop of water, try to put it off. Do that. Be that hummingbird. And thank you.
Wow. Oh, we have Caro. At least we have Caroline there. She's there next to.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Mine is not really a question, because many of the questions that I had, they have been asked and also answered. I just want to to emphasize on what we are talking about here, and help us to know the reality of these things and what is happening out there, and call every one of us to rise up, because some questions and situations you don't know even how to handle. For crown it by talking about a true situation that is happening right now. A woman, it's true, but it's an example. A woman is married off by her parents when she's a child. She gets children, and the family and the marriage becomes toxic. She gives birth to children who also their families or marriages are troublesome. And one of the daughters is also married off as a childhood, because even the father is an absentee. So that girl or that daughter also gives children who are also exposed to bad things. Some rape, childhood rape, and the children go through trauma. Then one of the daughters of that woman now also gets married to, she gets married through circumstantial. Yani, someone is pregnant, now she can't go anywhere, she gets married and have also children. The marriage becomes violent, the husband is violent, and finally they divorce. So the daughter also gets to the problem again. And this woman realizes that this thing is from our grandmothers and it's flowing down, and decides to rise up and stop it. But when you you realize even the daughter is like mentally sick. And when you try to help her, she says, no, mom, you had your chance to bring us up. Now it's my time. Let me parent. And that child runs away and she goes into problems, into drugs, addiction, alcohol. So how do we help this society? As a society or everyone, what do we do? That's why I'm calling everyone to do something where he or she is, and also support such initiatives to help these children. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question and the concerns. So from hotel, I don't know how our host guide us. It's lunchtime and they do not really have much time because of other activities. Do we answer the questions after?
Can you hear me with this one? Yes. There are actually no questions. Because the question that Lara has asked, I will answer in my presentation. But it's good to know that a traumatized parent is likely to traumatize their children. And so if you want to help that child, first heal the parent. And parents should not be ashamed. They should not shy from seeking help. Today I don't do counseling for a child only. If they are brought to me for counseling, I insist. Like yesterday I had a couple and the uncle who is supporting the child, I said, even you are a guardian, get in here. And they wrote in the evening and they said, we've never had such an experience. By the way, therapy is beautiful. Some of us you see here as you're going to listen in the afternoon, we were very bad parents until we got cancelled and we reached the inner child and healed the inner child. And for the law, Wakili Asante Sana, if the law cannot protect us, we are going to protect ourselves. And what I have found very powerful is to empower that child. Sometimes I say, if my mom can't protect me, if my dad can't protect me, can I be equipped to protect myself? And if you are equipped to protect yourself, then that's where we want to be. And that is why we have teachers present here. That is what Pendekezoletu does. In fact, we go there and they teach us a lot. They actually teach us those legal instrumental guidelines. About who is supposed to be involved, all of us. This is a community affair. And I have talked over many years that we need community-based interventions. And this P2F, Pain to Fruitfulness, mental health talk show, is actually a community-based. Are we not a community right now? We are. And we shall be going from one county to another. We shall be going from one hotel to another. We shall be going from one church to another. And I'm very happy because I have great brothers and sisters around me to take this mental health talk show far and wide. I have been looking for a way to educate people, and there is no better way. Media is the way. You can see I have very great crew here that will be working with me, and may the Lord hold all of us in space so that we can spread this. And cause tuko na chakula sahi, maybe I invite mwenye atashukuru, and then maybe before if you have any question before nianze kuongea and our chief guest, you will also have an opportunity. Interact with our panelists even as we take our lunch, and especially Rosa, who has a few days with us in Kenya, and I believe you will take a few of my students here with the time. Nelson Mandela is one of my icons of hope in Africa, because he said that it's only education that can equalize all of us. And some of us who are seated here, maybe 2/3 of the population here, it is education that has equalized us. May God bless us as we kick off our P2F Mental Health Talk Show to Kenya and the world over. you had a delicious lunch. Yeah, I can see Helen there, my friend. Oh. Yes, yeah. There's a reason why I thought about Pain to Fruitfulness, mental health talk show. I always say I am a child of a traumatized family. So I'm a product of trauma myself. And because God has been so faithful to me, my life, that I am fruitful today. You can see how many children I have given birth to. Because everyone who is here is a mental health child, right? So, and I felt I don't want to take this grace alone. I would like to empower as many people as possible with my own life. I don't hide about my life. It's there on social media. Google Kak, like this. I think my nephew was the first one who made me know Google knows me. Then he was like, you know what, you are, unajulikana na Google. And then he said, just go and tap and look for your name. And I was so shocked, I was there. So Google knows me. And so God also knows me. I call my story From Shame to Grace. And now it's gonna change from pain to fruitfulness. Today going forward. But this is how my story has been. When I talk about my story, I like to use pictures. My family history, this is the outline. Childhood and my teenage, school, college, work, community service, and my family today. And my family of origin, I have my siblings here. I have my sister and my brother present. My sister Rose, where are you? I know she's busy sitting, but she was here. My brother John is one of the people taking photography. And my son Charles. Yes, that's my son Charles. I know new students have heard me mention him a lot. The ones who've been with us at Pentecost, you met him. But here he is today helping with photography as well. So I was born in a family of 8 siblings. 4 girls, 4 boys. 2 of my brothers and 1 sister are deceased now. So 6 siblings, that is out of 8, did not go beyond class 8. So we are just 2 people in my family that saw the gates of a secondary school. And even my brother who went to high school, it was a day school that I could afford at the time for him. And I thank God. Mom was a stay-home mom till dad was laid off from his work due to his mental illness. And I'm very happy because Caroline is here. Just stand up. I like it when God brings the truth out. Caroline saw me grow up, and she knew my dad, and she knew my family. So if you want to know more, you can go to her after this. And her father and my father used to work together. We shifted to Kiambu to slum village when I was 8 years of age. Though I got to know my father was mentally ill at the age of 6. Because the prayers became more than they were before. Nothing else my dad was doing. He was obsessed with prayers and talking big about the many things maybe he wanted to do for his family. Until I realized this is too much. It is not normal. So my dad's mental illness and us going to the slum was because we could not afford even staying in the company house. We could not afford basic needs. So Kiambu is a place where the less fortunate, and I say it's another street, by the way. So there is no difference, much difference, between the people who lived in Kiambu that time and the people who are living in the streets. So I missed my dad terribly, by the way. So when Charlotte is saying for my mom, you can imagine the mother was there. She did not accept Charlotte was being abused, but Charlotte still feels my mother, my sister, my siblings. There's a very strong bond. So even if my dad got mentally ill, we had a strong bond. Such that 2 weeks before my father died, not 2 weeks, 1 week before he died, I had visited him at Matheka Mental Hospital and told him that finally my dream is coming true. I'm going to get a degree this Friday. And I will come back here, bring you a piece of cake. I know you love milk. I bring you milk. And we are going to celebrate. I told him Even if he was not responding back, me, I could talk to my dad as if he was normal. So I told him, Daddy, I'm also going to come with mom and anyone else who is willing to come to the hospital so that we can take a family portrait, because all the family photos got burnt in a house in Fano in the slum when our entire house was burnt to ashes. And so he was excited, he smiled from the side, and I thought that was to come true. But sadly, my father died the night I graduated from University of Nairobi. That is 9th of September, 1996. I remember so well. That midnight, my father took his last breath, and I did not know. So when I went with my mom to share my cake and take a photo with him, he was normal. Isn't that trauma? So you can see trauma after trauma. So, and when I say my dad's death, I contributed a lot to the way I lived later. You can see I'm a single mom, but a proud one today. I wasn't for many years, because that was never my dream. But whenever I see my son, I'm filled with a lot of joy until people say, hey, you really keep talking about your son. So I'm very happy that my son is there. And I think today I want to celebrate my son's auntie, who has never, ever, ever left chance. Any function for the family, anywhere. Just stand up, Susan. We share both names. That is my son's biological auntie, and I thank God for you, Susan. Many people see us having side chats in Kiambu Primary School, but they don't know we are talking family stuff. And I'm very, very happy for your presence in our lives. Thank you so much. You alone, you mean a lot in our lives, because nobody denies their history. Nobody denies their identity. And I know my son is usually very happy. Sometimes he confuses, he has seen you, and maybe you are not the one he has seen. And then he comes and tells me, Niliona Auntie Sue. I'm very, very grateful for you. And also grateful for your brother, because he gave me a son, irrespective. But even my relationship with people in life, I had a lot of mistrust. Can you imagine? Because my mother used to say, your father was bewitched. Then I used to hear neighbors say, your father was so good, he was bewitched. So at the end of the day, as a child, what do you internalize? People are bad. So me, I had a lot of mistrust. Building trust for me was very difficult. Don't you think that's also a relationship issue? It is, So in the slums of Kiambu, we did odd jobs. All those jobs you can think of, brewing and selling changa, collecting and selling used paper bags to Kenya paper, we used to call it by then, scrap metals, sisi tumechokora, picking coffee. These farms, some of these farms that you see around Thika, we have picked coffee. And it's only once I made it to make 2 debes, because I was slow. Of all the children, I think I was the slowest. Tilling people's farms for us to make maybe a meal for a day. Then ferrying water for long distances and sometimes for pay. So you're doing 1 10-liter gallon and you're paid 1 bob. Those are my parents. You cannot believe I had very beautiful pictures of my parents. But when our house was burnt to ashes, we lost all the memory that we used to have. But I thank God for these 2 photos. That was my dad. You see, he was a cool guy. Si alikuwa anajua kunini kabisa. And then nikaambia watu alikuwa anavaa counter suit kama zenye Ruto sahi ana. So my dad was a counter suit. Ninaona watu wameanza hii swag ya kabag. Unaona kabag watu wanabeba siku hizi. Yes, and now that was my late mom. And they didn't stay apart. After my dad's death, my mom left soon after. Well, Kiambu slum, that's the picture, literally. Even now when you go in the inside, you will find, I know Joyce goes there, Tekla goes there, Helen, the Pendekezoletu people as we go fetching for these children. And this is even a little better. Last night I was watching a movie from India. And the children were begging, my Prime Minister, give me a chance. Build for us a toilet. So for us, having a decent toilet in the slum, our time was a nightmare. The reason I go back there to lift a life and to really encourage a life. So my childhood memories are not all that bad. You can see I have a very nice dress there, my Sunday vest. That was not bought from the shops. It was a donation from the Asians. That is my late sister Maggie and my cousin Mogore. This was my best photo for many years. Don't I look hopeful? You can see me there. And my best shoes. You can see my best shoes. It was slippers. Ukiangalia hapo mbele kidogo, you used to tie it with some strings so that it can fit you. But it would have some hole beneath there, but you saw ja? Yes, I speak a lot of Swahili, by the way. This is where it was born. I went to Muslim primary school. Those were my best friends, Esther and Latifa. Latifa came the other day from UAE to just come and greet me. We were the three girls who were very serious with life. We were also serious with ourselves, and I thank God. I also loved the others. Those girls you find there, I think how many of us are surviving? 4 of us. The rest have gone to live with the Lord, I assume. So I went to that primary school, and it's in that primary school I also learned that I can be someone because of a teacher. So if you're a teacher, your words are very powerful. One teacher, Mrs. Zipporah Gashau, she's late now, she told me, "Waboy, come here. You, the way I see you, and your other siblings, you know, long time people used to be taken to the same school, all siblings. You, the way I see you, you are the one who is going to sweep rats from your family." And I believed it because there were many rats in my home. Many rats, some from the bush, some from those toilets. From the toilets, they were very big. Yeah? So I felt, this one knows I will sweep away the rats. And I believed it, and I worked so hard, and I passed very well. My class 8, you don't see a B anywhere, A's. And so I got scholarship from the people you wouldn't expect. That's why I'm multicultural. From the Visa Osho community in Thika. That story is on Google. They gave me scholarship from Form 1 to Form 4. This is where I was admitted, St. Anne's Kariuki in Kiambu, and I'm very happy. So I was either, you find me in YCS, Young Christian Society, or you find me maybe dancing. Those two things. I used to dance. So Ian knows very well. Dancing used to raise my dopamine. Even now, yeah? Even now, if we say we start dancing because we are going to dance after this official launch, I like to dance. It is a better, positive way of raising the dopamine. And I did not know why I looked like I was addicted to dancing. It's because it used to make me feel in the midst of sadness, in the midst of misery. But for 4 years in this school, I guess I was the most depressed student. I used to cry throughout. I used to bedwet up to Form 2. Now I know trauma can make you be anything, including regressing. And they never used to understand why, because I never trusted anyone. Can you see from where stories of mistrust? And now I go to high school, I have my own baggage. I don't trust no one. And so I was crying most of the time. I never left that school as an A student. So what Charlotte was saying is true. You can be very bright, but this trauma that is not even captured, this trauma that's not even known, it eats into your life. So I left as a B student. I thank God I made it to University of Nairobi to pursue education. And that education, that is why, Mr. Kariuki, you're very significant. When I talk about career counseling, it is because this teacher, again, I found another teacher, the only one I told my story after walking with her, and she was a nun. So I used to see a nun, a priest, I see them next to God. So God can never let me down. So I told her my story. And she told me, when it comes to applying for careers in university, please get Bachelor's of Education. I asked her, why, Sister Regina? And she told me, Susan, that is the only one you're assured of a job immediately, or even before you graduate. And in that case, you will help your family. That is what I did. Otherwise, I wanted to be a lawyer. And the way I talk today, I believe I would have made a very good lawyer. But I'm still doing law in a different way as a mental health advocate. So St. Anne's was a school of challenges, but I still made it. So my life-changing academic achievements, that was me with my first degree. But if you want to know people with trauma, those eyes right now are not the eyes I have now. That's why I encourage people to do mindfulness and mindful self-compassion. If you look deeper into my eyes, and I want you to be looking at people, you can see some pain hidden. Yeah, I don't know whether I'm teaching you so much. There's that smile. You may think it is genuine. It is not. It is not genuine. But I learned to mask happiness because I didn't want people to see my pain. My motherhood and parenthood, thank you, that's my son. Just, he has really changed. Eh? Hey, that's my son, Charles. I think that's the first time he came for me from the airport after Form 4 before joining Africa, Nazarene University. That's him in my small house where I used to stay in Kandara, and I really thank God. So I have breastfed. I have held a child. I have carried a child. And if there's anything I celebrate today, it's being a mother. I may not be somebody's wife today, but I believe Charles can give a testimony what kind of a mother I am. My siblings, the ones I have brought up, can give a testimony. The young people that I mentor and counselors, they can give a testimony. Just like Pastor Mary said, life does not give you what you deserve. Because maybe I deserved better, right? But maybe it's what I have also commanded. Who knows, right? My son and my last born brother are my best friends and my greatest source of inspiration in life. Why am I saying that? Because my last born brother is my chauffeur. He's my everything. Sometimes people shout at him. They tell him things and tell him, wewe uliwekwa na kimama, unafurahiyanga. And he tells them, hata nyinyi nawaombea. I'm saying that because most of the time I am with them, so they throw in some words here and there. I also have my nephews who also are there, David and Julius. David and Julius are also very inspirational. I have my sister. I don't look at my sister sometimes as my greatest source of inspiration. I feel like my sister is the greatest source of protection. Rose, can you stand up? And I love you so much. I love my sister so much. Rose, come. I don't call you my friend, I call you my protection. She is very important to me. The things I don't tell the world, I tell my sister. She never went to school like me because she didn't have uniform. And I didn't have money to buy her uniform. But those of you who know Rose, she's very intelligent, very brilliant. She prays for me. She told me, Susan, you may not have enough money for that function, but I see it. I see it being so beautiful. I see everything working. Thank you, Rose. I know that I love you and I treasure you so much. And if you looked at my mom's picture, Rose is the one who took after her in terms of the physical traits. So when I also see her, I see my mom. Asafi. So, thank you. This is my story. Why I have shed tears because of my sister. I have been through so much. It's not easy as people think. But my sister is a very big source of power. My brother will always be a rasbon. So sometimes he laughs things away and things are very serious. But for my sister, she will take things to heart and we talk tough and we thank God. So I discovered counseling as a profession because my student died by suicide. I was a class teacher in high school. I'll not mention the name. But that student came to me and said goodbye to me. I never I had my own traumas. I had my own noise. So I never got to know it was the last goodbye. And so I felt like I participated in his death. Because of that guilt, I felt like I was not a good teacher, like I could not even save a life. And I said the day I'm going to have a chance to study anything beyond my first degree, it's going to be counseling. And so when I got a chance to do a higher diploma in psychological counseling, when Kenya never had a degree in psychology or counseling, I went. And I used to take 3 vehicles. Where I used to be, I would get to Thika town, from Thika to Nairobi, Nairobi to Westlands. And I didn't have a lot of money. I remember I took a loan of 40,000. Then I had a balance of 20,000, which I never raised even afterwards. But I was given trainings to do and pay. So if you find me doing the same, it's because it was done to me. There are people I give jobs to be able to pay their school fees. There are people that I support so that they can be able to do school. And also to be a counselor, if that is their mission, their purpose. So this higher diploma from Kenya Institute of Professional Counseling, and many of us here are products, including Mr. Kenyanjui there, Johnson, who is also a great motivator, landed me opportunities to earn an extra income, to fund my master's program at Desa University, which is very expensive. Then from that experience as a student in counseling, I received healing. So that is why I know talking and sharing helps. I talk about my sister being my pillar, because I know. And you may not know, but I know deep down what I'm talking about. But when I shared my traumas, my pain, my frustrations, betrayals, I was just, and my self-esteem rose drastically. Self-esteem is nothing else but self-confidence. So I started doing trainings, Kirinyaga, Matu, Mombasa, wherever, with that institute. The director of that institute saw a star. And I was like, here I am. And I really say, God bless Mr. Joseph Ndungo of KIPC. He mentored me, honestly. So don't be surprised the people that are around me here are men. Now you can even connect. But my father was my very close friend. So I work easily with men. Not that I don't work well with women, I do, because I have Anne here, Helen, my long-term friends, Wamwangi here, Susan, and others. But it becomes so easy for me to work with men. And that is why today I protect those girls people call what? Tomboys and studs. Because you're the one driving them there. They are not. I am a whole woman, despite being bullied in Form 1, that I have a voice like that of a boy. You don't make me a boy, okay? So I stand up for them, and because I know with ignorance, people can drive you to LGBTQ plus family. So I got my master's from DESTA, 206. That's where we met with Helen. Helen, just lift up your hand. She's always there with me, always there. So when I also need to cry, tears that I not cry on my sister's shoulders, that is the lady I always tell you I go to. Nikienda kwake, I'm home, nalala. And if you also look at Helen and Rose, the things we teach you in Sigmund Freud, counter transference, they look alike. So I also see her, I see the features of my mom, and even the way she talks, right? So God has not left me empty, has given me lots of people around me. So when I got a partial scholarship to do my master's degree, I finished, and I learned to integrate faith and psychology. So those of you that hear me sometimes talk like a preacher, it's because I desired to go to DESTA, however expensive it was, to just go and do exactly that. And at Africana University, I stay there and I tell them, and this comes from the bottom of my heart, the day I will leave Africana University, I will never work for another university. Unless it's online, the one we serve with Kahenya, writing modules for people who can learn globally. because at Africana University, I am able to integrate my faith and my practice and what I know. And I feel like my purpose is duly fulfilled there. So if you did not know, now you need to know that I am the first known Kiambu slums doctor, PhD. And this blesses my heart because I have encouraged many students. Some we are already educating at the university, and some are in high schools. Francis knows that too well. We don't want to mention who they are, but Francis, is Francis here? Yes, yeah. He's the one who keeps the books for what I do for those kids and for the youths. So this is a part of my fruitfulness. I do a lot of community work. Jane, you remember this with Plan International. So up to now, I still distribute sanitary napkins. So if you are touched here, and you can be dropping some packets, even now if you come to our place, our office in Thika, you will never lack sanitary napkins. Why? Because it was a nightmare for us when we were in Kiambu. It was a nightmare for me when I was in high school, and I wouldn't like any girl to suffer the way we did. So I still go for the people who are caught up in drugs and crime from Kiambu, because my brothers and sisters who are very smart, this is what took some of them away. And so if there is anything I can help somebody not to get into drugs, not to get into crime, then I would go ahead and do it. So we ran a hair and beauty training for teen moms, and I'm very happy yesterday where I went for my hair, I found a very nice girl, and I told her, would it be okay for you to come and support another? She said, I will. So we are going to revive it. So if you are a person who likes, I have seen Mary Birua, you're good with makeup stuff and all that. And I know for Tekla, you sometimes when you are full there, you normally sponsor for us 2 girls. And we thank God and we are grateful. Take this to the family of PKL. And some of them have even gone to UAE right now. They're working there because we combine them with housekeeping. But if you also have those products, if you have shampoo, if you have is it called hair conditioners, whatever you can get, and you want to donate, just bring to Africana College of Professionals so that we can have that training for girls in hair and beauty running. So we also do a lot of drug abuse education, and I'm very happy because Francis now is helping me because he's running that sobriety program. And so encourage your brothers and sisters. We have face-to-face, in-person meetings, and then he has the one online. And because they go alone there, it's AA, it's Alcoholic Anonymous. I am not supposed to go there unless they invite me to present something. So community service and partnerships are my way of life. That lady there, I remember her so well. She's called Christina Horn. Never underestimate the people that come around you. You never know. And please, just note, like that girl, it took me to go to Germany for the father to tell me that my daughter loves dogs and her horse. Tell her she can also love children. I didn't know Germans are like us. And I could go and tell her what the father cannot tell her. And today she's a mother of 2. She's married. And I'm very happy. So I call them my grandchildren. So God willing, I'll go and visit them. I'd also support National Peace Agenda. I have worked with IDPs since 2008. That's how I got the interest to do my PhD in trauma work. And that is how I realized trauma can be a very, very disabling mental health animal. Because I lost a couple of these people while doing my study, as I was kept for those 6 years at KU. I lost them. Some of the people you see there are no longer living. And some who could go back to the Rift Valley, and then they would hear the screamings that are not there, but the screamings that they had during post-election violence. They would come back, quickly get into high-level medical issues like high blood pressure, diabetes, panic attack, and they lost their lives. So post-election violence is one area that taught me trauma is real. So I have also done a lot of work with the Kenya Defense Forces. And when you look at that team, hapa tumezeeka. You can see Jane, she doesn't even look like she's the one. She's the one in pink, and Helen is next to me. And tumefanya kazi kwa askari. Ni sawa, Mungu ni mwema. Then support for youth in Boston institutions. Not everybody that lands in jail or prison committed that crime because they wanted. Just like I saw many people in my Kiandutu home. Then peer-to-peer programs I support very well, and I encourage you to do so. I do counselor supervision, that's part of fruitfulness. I do media and social advocacy, that is also fruitfulness. Gender exponents in schools, boy, child, girl, child, both empowered. We have a healthy community. I also support the children in Kiandutu. We are now lacking food. Please take them. If you can talk to some of those donors, like Stain, we no longer have food in Kiandutu. And I believe maybe we can do something. We can meet halfway. Because I went there yesterday but one, and 10% have already dropped out of school. Because when the government said they are going to offer feeding programs, it's not yet there. And it makes me feel sad just to know that it's because of Kiroma. They call it Kiroma food, that they are not going to school. So the state of Kiandutu is not this way today. And I'm happy because Rotary Club is telling me it's going to change the state of ECD classrooms. And I will never be tired for lifting those kids up, because I realized God took me there for a reason. Maybe my word for you today, master your stress, master your brain. P2F agenda is nothing but this one. That we are going to operate from the blue brain. We are not going to operate always from the mammal brain and the red brain. Purple, as you can see, is the color we have put here intentionally. It is a color of pain, but it can also be used to bring out the color of royalty. So we are moving from pain to fruitfulness. If you look at this gold, gold is a color of wealth. Sindio? Yes, and one thing I know, socio-economic empowerment. Even for me, I'm able to do little things because I have some extra money. So gold is that color of financial freedom. And then green is a color of hope. How do you feel when you stand out here and see the green? Feels great. And that is where you find these colors here. And that is my prayer for you, that as you go out there, remember to be fruitful. And one way to be fruitful is by mastering your stress levels. If you do that, then you'll be way ahead in making things work. So this far, I always say Jehovah is Ebenezer. And my verse is Romans 8:28. At Africana University, I always say, it is work and service for me. And the day I will leave, I know the Lord wants me to leave. But I'll not leave. And I tell them, even the leadership, I will leave that university when God says it's enough or when I retire. Why Romans 8:28? Everything that has happened to me, I have seen a purpose in it. Everything. Being a single parent, being a teacher, a lecturer, a counselor, a friend to anyone that has come across my life, it is for a purpose. When I told you that I know you, all of you here, including my students, I remember you were sampling, right? I know you, and now I have two of my sons here that I have known, Ian and the other technician. I go collecting people, and I know there is a purpose why. Zachary Oruko had to fly all the way from Kisumu to be with us. You can lift up. The other day I took him to Rwanda, and we had good time as we taught, and we are going back again in April for those who want to join us. And as I end up my presentation, I want to say asanteni sana, nawapenda sana. I love you so much. For those who don't know, nawapenda sana. And go ye and be what? Fruitful. So sit upright, because I have to give you this. This dose is a must. Sit upright. Laps. Yes. When I ring this, like that, you take a deep breath using your nostril and out. For any one of us struggling with anything, be it be addiction, be it be pain, whatever it is, mindfulness is very powerful. So I'm going to do a mindfulness, and then I'm going to couple that with self-compassion. That is where you find this heart here. So when your laps, your hands are on your laps. On your laps. When I say laps, I know. Yes, like you're holding your knees. Eh? Okay, you breathe in through the nostril. Breathe in. Hold your breath. Out through the mouth slowly. A second test, close your eyes. Breathe in. Hold it. Out. Don't open your eyes. If you find yourself opening your eyes, just know stress is mingi until I tell you to open. Okay, one more time. Breathe in. Hold it. Out. Put your right hand or left on your heart. Don't open your eyes. If you find yourself opening your eyes and have not given instruction, just know your inside is not relaxed. And it's a good test for you. So let's breathe in one more. Breathe in. Hold. Out. Breathe in again. Hold. Out. Keep your eyes closed. One test for you. What have you carried in your heart for so long? Can you breathe it away? Is it fear of life? Is it fear of being the best version of yourself? Is it fear of being fruitful? Is it fear of telling someone sorry? Is it fear of rejection? Is it fear your child is not turning out to be what you wanted them to be? Is it fear that you might never quit any addictive behavior? What do you still hold and it is destroying you? Of being fruitful. Can we let go of those burdens? Because from where I come from in my faith, when Jesus left, a great teacher that he was, he told the disciples that I will not leave you empty. I am leaving you a great comforter and helper, the great counselor, the Holy Spirit. And when the disciples were traumatized by Jesus' death, shameful death, then death, resurrection, and then he leaves them completely to go back to heaven. They were terrified, they were traumatized, but he had made a promise, the power of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit came when they were hiding in the upper room. Tongues of fire, strong wind, tongues of fire, and then there was peace and calm. I want you to know we came into life through the breath of life. Even when we shall lose it, we'll go to the next world. But that breath of life is powerful as you're doing right now. When things are very tough, you feel you can't hold anything in. Just breathe in and breathe out. One last one, breathe in. Hold it. Out. Breathe in again. Hold it. Out, and then come back to the room. Thank you so much. God bless you. Dr. Nixon Joe and his family mean a lot to me. We met through his son, who is a counseling psychologist and transitioning to being a great international motivational speaker, and he's doing his PhD in theology. Today we missed him because he must be tied up somewhere, but during my son's master's graduation party, where we were at Johnson's garden, home garden, that is Global Family, he's the one who was the chief guest speaker. because my son, unlike me, didn't like maths. But Dr. Njue's son made my son like maths. Sometimes they could fight. And you know, afterwards he had done maths all through until his masters. And so I helped a son came to help me.
Dr. Njue, it's your time. So how do you welcome our chief guest? Makofi ile ya Factorio. My big brother, I call him. He really empowers me. You can see how we contrast, eh? Yeah, so
God bless you. Karibu sana.
So thank you. Let me request Daktari to carry this piece of handkerchief. I am not prepared to cry. Sorry, somebody. So thank you. I want to take this chance to thank Dr. Susan and all of you, and especially her for giving me the platform. I rarely get platforms. So when I get this one, and this is powerful, all the cameras focusing on me, focusing on this fellow in between here, because that is me in 1971. That is me. I was in class 1. And those are my brothers. So one is a senior police officer, and the other one is an engineer. So when we were there, nobody knew I would address you. So now, whether you like it or not, you have to listen to me. When you speak last, there are so many advantages. I want to encourage you, just listen to my story. Mine is not a story. Mine is the words of the chief guest. Then I have forgotten my water, so that I deliberately left it, so that somebody can bring it to me. This is feeling important. A senior officer bringing me water. Wake up vizuri. If possible, if I need to sip, somebody should still lift and bring it here. So when we were starting in the morning, so that we can bring one another up to speed, we started somewhere with the national anthem, which we said is a prayer. The only mistake we did was we did not sing. We left the equipment to do it. In future, can you say a prayer, the national prayer, using your mouth, your mind, your body, your heart, so that you can say, Mungu nguvu yetu. So I tried to whisper. I could whisper things about the anthem because I knew I would start there. So I did not want anyone to challenge me. The only thing is I was in front, therefore there was nobody here to see that my lips were moving. So in future, just do the anthem as a prayer, say it. Even if there will be the equipment to do it, that should only be a rhythm, but the words. Otherwise, this cannot praise God. Only us can use them to do that. And then the other one, which I can teach you kidogo, when you have a gathering like this, you do the national anthem, the first stanza only. I don't know whether you know that. First stanza only. If there was a president, we would still do one, if it is not a national activity. If it's a national activity, we do the 3. Then there is the East African anthem, because those are 2 repertoires. The East African also has 3 stanzas and a chorus. You also do 1 and the chorus. If there are 2 heads of state in a national activity, you do 2 stanzas and the chorus twice. If there are 3, then you do the 3. Did you know that? Did you think it would come from a boy like this? Did you think? So it is good to know that. And I want to also thank, I'm not moving a vote of thanks, but when you are the guest, nobody can stop you from saying what you want. I want to thank our speaker today, the preacher, Madam Mary. That was very powerful. And I picked a lot of notes about it, especially where God gives us what we command. Imagine God can take your command. God can take your command. You know who gives commands. Who gives commands? The boss. Imagine we are a boss. You can command that which you want, and God will hear. God will listen and award the command, or as per the command. Assignment, always greater than the ability. Those are very pertinent issues that we must learn. So today was a moment for learning, as much as it was a moment to empty oneself. It was a moment to listen and appreciate people. So that takes me to Ecclesiastes chapter 3 verse 1, where with just through paraphrasing, time commands seasons. A season has been commanded that an activity called P2F gets launched today. A new season is in the offing, a P2F season. And we must rise to the occasion. When she was saying people must talk about you, the position I hold, I know people talk about me because I get to hear those stories from the grapevine. Because if they don't, I will be in the status quo. I also agree I talk about people. Currently, I'm talking about Mary Matheka. So I also talk about people. And through me, they will grow. So we grow one another. This is a wonderful season. I am a parent and a father of boys. And I am proud of my boys. We have been chatting as I sit here. And you saw me take a few photographs here. I posed here. I pretended also here that I'm speaking, and then I posted to them. You should see the comments they have given me, even before I have spoken. Because that is our relationship. Somebody was talking about Gen Z, or simply Generation Z. Generation Z feels so empowered and entitled. And that's where my sons are, some of them. So somebody should throw this phone away. I don't know how, so that it stops. They feel so entitled. I want to remind Gen Z, I hope we have some representation here, that currently we are also in Gen A, Generation Alpha. So they are soon also getting out of fashion, like we did. You know, when we say our times, those people don't take us seriously. So soon, they will get overtaken by Generation Alpha. So msitulete, we were also there. We were also there. And when Mr. Wanyoike was here, the gentleman who was here, I hope Alfred, if you noticed where his trouser was, the waist, it was somewhere where we used to do many years ago. And we felt great. We felt great. Some high waist. High waist. I never got the opportunity because I had no trouser. I believe Wanyoike did not have a trouser also. It is now that he got one. So he had to catch up and pick up the assignments he never completed. Because the assignment is always greater than the ability. So when I think about Francis is my friend. So Francis, allow me to talk about you so that you can be important. I think I would define Francis as a chapter. Because through him, so many people are learning. So Francis and Charlotte and these people and Susan, they are a book that people will keep turning pages. So maybe it was destined, Francis, that you drink, you get to the mtaro, that your father falls sick, so that you become a relevant topic. Otherwise, why did it happen? And why was it you? And if Francis was to be asked, and don't answer this one, whom would you have wanted to be in your stead? I don't know how you would choose. So therefore, God knew that through you, so many lives will be changed as yours gets changed. Therefore, when you get there, this song that was dedicated to Dr. Susan, when you get there, also you will find me. When I get there, I expected to find you. If none of us finds the other, Francis, know that you are not in the right place, because I will be in the right one myself. So I feel those people who are sharing with us the space they have gone through, the pain, I think they were supposed to go through that. I will really not share mine, because the chief guest must not show a time when he was in pain. Because a chief guest should be very strong to give strength to the people who are weak. So I will not share any. I actually didn't have. I have always enjoyed. It has been a free ride. I can only share because of my experience with young people. I have had a student that's about 2 or 3 weeks ago who wrote a note and he wanted to commit suicide. And the reason was his father. Because his father has always said he is useless. I am sure you have heard that here. So he wrote a note and someone found it and brought it to me. And therefore I intervened. When I brought the two parents together, because they are alive, I don't know what R10 means. I hope it means, I know I'm pretending not to know. Why are you telling me? You see now how one is harassed when you speak last. I will not take 10. Okay, I will take 9. This student, when the father arrives, says nothing. So finally, I did not see a lot of help coming from the same father. Then later to learn, the father was sacked, the mother is still working. So the father feels helpless, has resorted to drinking, and therefore he is telling his son, he may also become useless. And this boy feels he should not live. Another one that I have shared with a few days ago tells his mother that I hate my father because he beats you. And then the mother tries to say, no, I'm not beaten because I am present. And then the boy interjects and says, remember when he slapped you on Christmas and I was present. And then in a gathering where I shared that, like this one, someone stood and said, go to the bedroom, go and argue there, fight, then you come out and pretend. And I stood up again and I said, no. Children will always know when parents are not in good terms. They will know, even when you pretend to be mute or even to smile. They will know. Because they are human beings, and then they are not your children. If they are your children, there is a special connection. So they will know things are not good. Number 2, I told them, bedroom. I told them to remove the word room and leave bed and tell us its purpose. Whether it is to fight or to lie and have the horizontal gymnastics. It's not to fight. Bedroom is a place of relaxation. Not a place to take the fight and then come out and pretend things are okay. Amen? Amen. Anyone with a bed here? Hands up, hands down. Use it properly. Use it properly. So bedroom matters. I call them bedroom matter, not matters. It is only one. It's only one. If your bed looks like mine, I don't know how yours looks like. and that is matter it should be one. I think because I have now 8 minutes, I believe, that is must be a Gen Z. See, entitlement. My sons ask me questions. I have never asked my father a question. It's only Kariuki who attempted, and he won. He was very wise when he tried to cancel his father, and he won. I have never tried. If he would get back to life, because he's late, angeona. Just to finish, because I don't want to be blamed. Someone talked about titles. The titles we get when we get to the bar. Chairman, boss, sonko, you know. Someone told us, even when you are opening the bottle, the ch is an attempt to call you chief. Okay? It's an attempt. So when so the first one does not finish the word chief. So you ask for another bottle to see whether the second one, itamaliza. It does not. So you ask for another one. So you keep taking until you trying whether one will completely call you chief. So the institutions that we have, maybe it's time we also thought about the titles we should give the players in our arena. Maybe, so that people don't go for titles in the wrong places. Maybe even in church, let's see which titles can we give people that will make them feel important and recognized, rather than Baba Fulani, Mama Fulani. Maybe we are used to so much to those, and therefore we would feel good if we were given others. Of course, they should also be relevant. Children can also counsel us, as Kariuki demonstrated, and Wanyoike also demonstrated the same. When his son made him stop smoking. And my son also stopped me from throwing socks into the air. Because I would come from work and then sleep on the couch. When I say couch or sofa, that tells you, informs you that I have one. So sleep there, remove the socks, then throw them into the corridor. Just throw. And I think my son observed this. Mark. Mark is known by Susan and Kariuki and Kina Charles. So and he observed, and he would also come from school very dirty. You know, socks is our total primary. And he would also get to the couch and lie there and throw. So he kept throwing until one day, as the mother left the kitchen through the door, she saw an item in the air. And these are dirty socks of a tiny boy. And then she reprimands him. How? Can you wake up and then he walks slowly but says, Dad, that's the same. So that's why I'm also lying where he lies. So when I came, my wife now explains how I have trained the son bad manners. So I listened and I was told to stop him, and I did not. I only decided to stop throwing a basket and drop them, then go back to the coach, and he also started the same. So because we live with him somewhere, that is what we do up to date. And now we are old men. So wisdom and age are very different. And this was a statement from Wanyoike, that to be old does not mean you are wise. So I also learned from my son. This lady here, this is a wonderful lady, a very strong one, and she made us cry. I was only facing the front. And then I also realized I came without my handkerchief. Then nobody noticed, so nobody served me with the serviette to dry my face. So it dried. Because of, when you hear life stories, and this is why this initiative will grow. Because I want you to imagine how many people can be saved by talk. So if we keep quiet, somebody will keep struggling. And Charlotte was trying to say, even now, there could be a girl who is going through And I was asking myself, oh, most of the problems we are discussing are caused by men. Kwani tuko na shida gani? I think men are, I don't know how to describe them because I am one of them. But I want you to imagine the pain that we can cause to our own children, and especially when it is about sexual violence. Sexual violence. I don't know what guides us. Maybe that's a story for another day when about the dopamine. Where is that, Ian? Dopamine issues come into play. The launch. What is a launch? A launch is just an English term that simply means set in motion. Set in motion. We want to set into motion. P2F. We want to push, or we want to allow it to roll, all of us here today, so that it can go far and wide. We want to inaugurate an initiative that will help save hearts. Hearts. Finally, I will close with the 4H concept. When I mention heart, it takes me to the H. And I may not have used this, but before I use it, we want to provide a background interface to help organize and reach quickly, access as many people as possible. And finally, have a lasting peace. And therefore, this initiative must embrace three things. A high intention, very high intention, a very sincere effort, and a very intelligent execution. It must intelligently be executed because you need to handle people very carefully, like Charlotte. Otherwise, she can start crying, then you also start crying. So both of you cry. We need to cry intelligently. You know, intelligently is the way she was doing. So if you need a demonstration, it was done. Another one was done by Susan and her sister, her protector. It was done in a psychological way. And finally you embrace. Then somebody gives you, I think I should cry and Kariuki will come around. And then we shall, so that we demonstrate. We demonstrate. I am simply saying intelligent execution because we must not flop. We must not flop in this initiative. We must win. And therefore we want to touch the head, the brain. We must touch the head. We must touch the heart. We must touch the hands because we shall handle. We shall handle. When people embrace, the hands are used. When you touch the back and, you know, when you serve a serviette, you know, the hands are getting used. When you greet someone, the hand is getting used. And finally, our health will be good. And that is the 4H concept. Head, heart, hands, and health, finally. Otherwise, health must come last. If the other three are not okay, then the final one is not okay. How do we do this? By turning the page. We must turn the page. From pain to fruitfulness. So pain is one page. 2 is the process, and then fruitfulness. We must turn the page like this. If I don't turn, it means I will not see what is next. By turning the page. That takes us to, because of Madam Mary Matheka, Psalm 30, verse 5. Psalm 30, verse 5. It talks about, for his anger endureth, but a moment of weeping may be there. Finally, there will be joy. Turn the page. So I want to encourage some of the people who are here. Like a statement that was very strong. The strongest statement I have heard is from Charlotte, who said she feels she has nothing to lose now apart from her life. I have nothing remaining to lose. I have lost everything. And we must tell her, no, it is about turning the page. If she continues saying that, even the life you will lose. So because she must live to share her experiences and teach others. Bwana asifiwe. Oh, I never said I'm saved. That's why you are not taking me seriously when I say Psalms 30. You think the only saved person here is Madam Mary Matheka. We are many. We are many. There were these two old ladies who suffered stroke. They suffered stroke. One of them was struck on the left side. The other one was struck on the right. They only met somewhere later. And they were both pianists. They were playing piano. You need your both hands. But when they met, they realized, oh, your problem is on the left, mine is on the right. So if we sit together, we shall play piano. And they rekindled their piano plays, and they enjoyed life and lived much more than they ever thought. So we can partner today with those who are suffering this way and those who are suffering the other way. And then we shall have some glue that will put us together. And that way we shall achieve our purposes. So before I declare this officially closed, so you see I had tried to put some madoido. And I wanted people to know we are at Thika Greens. I have never come here, by the way. This is the first time. This is my first time. I only pass by. So I tell people nimepita hapa karibu na golf. But I have never come here. Free from and pursue. Free from pain and pursue fruitfulness. This we must do. We must do. I am also trying to bring out the meaning of that verse. 2 Timothy, and this is a topic, I mean a verse you cannot forget. 2. Some people are very poor at knowing verses like I am. This is 2 Timothy 2:22. Free from, and then pursue. And I want to add, and overtake. And overtake. And therefore I thought this is pain to fruitfulness. Pain to fruitfulness. I wanted to bring out a pictorial imagery so that those who could be tired now can see some photographs, like we were admiring her when she was educating using imagery. And I also tried to define pain. And I thought P can be a pestilence. You know, a pestilence is a pandemic. Like we had the COVID-19 pandemic, pestilence, piteous, from the word pity, and poisonous. If you allow pain to be in you, it will poison the body. And it will poison 3 things, and finally the 4th one, and you will be finished. It will poison the brain, it will poison the heart, it will poison the hands, you will also not work, and finally your health is done. So it is something we must free from. Pain can be an addiction. You can learn to live in pain, like people who suffer terminal illnesses. They will tell you, it has become like an addiction to them. And every kind of addiction is not good. Every kind of addiction. There is no addiction that is good. And then of pain becomes an impediment. Pain becomes an impasse, an impairment. Meaning it prevents you from growth. And finally, it becomes a nemesis, the end of you. It becomes the end. It's like you've declared, I am finished. So I believe we can be productive when we identify the pain, the cause, the source, then we deal with it. We deal with it. Finally, we shall be productive and there will be success. Causes of pain, we don't need to go through them. These are just a few that I thought. So there are many. But when you look at this, childhood trauma, sexual and gender-based violence, addiction, betrayal, and if you look at it, utakuta kuna kitu kidogo niliona ndani yake, relationships. There is the concept of relationships. Childhood trauma, lazima kuna relationship. Family, ama relative, ama neighbor, kuna kitu ya relationship. Sexual and gender-based, there is relationship. There is relationship, even intimacy, even if it is negative. Then in violence, there is an exchange, there is a relationship. And even in addiction, there is a relationship. Who gives you the drug? Who is peddling? Who is training you to start? There is a relationship. My friend, my peers, my father, I saw who. There is a relationship in betrayal. When you feel betrayed, it means there is another party on the other side. So in the arena of pain, the player is never alone. There is somebody else. And therefore, that's why pain becomes much more painful, especially when you look back. When someone stabs you at the back, when you look back, what pains you more is not the knife. It is who is holding the knife. It's my wife. It is my son. It is my mother. It is my father. The person you thought would be the first to prevent that pain. And then depression, failure, job sack. There is some concept of relationship when there is pain. That is why using the same relationship, you can find yourself on the other side of the page by identifying another trustworthy relationship. One with God and with others. Tell the same God, now give me who else I should relate with. So that when Mr. Kariuki comes, my point of reference will be heaven. Kindly, Mungu, download the CV of this fellow before I relate again. Ni downloadie hii ya huyu. Zusani akitokea niteremshie. Uzuri Mungu hakosi bundles. Sisi ndio tuko na shida za bundles. So as we get there, just to mention something, there is some topic I love that I call lifting the lead. Lifting the lead. I have written it there. So we have not launched. We are talking of the launch. P2F, lifting the lead. Lifting the lead is what Charlotte was doing. That's what Francis was doing. That's what Susan was doing by saying exactly what happened to them. Lifting the lead, we know the lead, ya sufuria. When you lift it, you separate it from the sufuria. And therefore, you can easily see the inside. So it is like spilling the beans. Spilling the beans. Bringing it out clear, And that is what they were doing. Even when Dr. Susan was telling them, tell us what you want us to hear. If there is anything else, they can follow your page. If you ask me, my own assessment, they left nothing. What else would you think they would have said? That was supposed to be heard, and the other one was not supposed to be heard. They left nothing. They lifted the lead. So in P2F, we want to keep telling people to lift the lead. Spill the beans. Say, my father rapes me. My mother beats me. My brother, my what. Speak it out, because that's the only way you will get help. So now that I have also been told to stop, I stop instantly. So God bless you all. And if there is some gap where you are organizing something and there is no guest, I am here. Yours for the asking.
As we pray, the Bible says in the book of Philippians 1:6, he who has begun the good work in you shall complete it. So that is my prayer, that the good work that God has begun, he will complete it. Let's pray together. Our Father and our God, in the name of Jesus Christ, we are grateful to you this evening for your goodness and faithfulness. We thank you, Lord Almighty, for your divine enablement, oh God, and strength, my Father, and divine positioning, oh God, and wisdom upon, Lord Almighty, Dr. Susan, oh God. Today, my Father, it is a day when there is this launch, oh God, Lord Almighty, from pain to fruitfulness. And Lord Almighty, we are praying in the name of Jesus Christ that, Lord Almighty, this shall touch many lives. Many people, Lord, shall overcome their pain. And Lord Almighty, they shall rewrite their story, oh God. Thank you, Father, because we declare gates have opened up. The heavens have opened up. Doors have opened up in this city to the nations of the world in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, my Father, because you've heard our prayer and you have already done it. In Jesus' name, we do pray and believe. Amen. Amen.
So thank you, Pastor Mary, for that powerful prayer. And we trust that God has heard and that this is a journey that has just started and we are going far. In life, we go through pain and so many things that we don't like. And if by any chance I was to put a dot here, a red dot, everybody would see it. So you can imagine a red dot here. And then I ask you, what can you see? Chances are, you say there is something red. And you refuse to see the rest of this white. Sometimes we get limited that easily. And even if there was that red or whatever color it is, for you not to see it, you can lift this and turn the page. And that still remains my message today, turning the page. That you can get out of pain and forget it, but learn from it. Then use that to propel you to the next level. So at this juncture, I want to request the team that is in front here to hold with me this cloth. We can lift it slowly by slowly as the others clap, so that we can unveil. We want to unveil. We want to unveil. To drop to the other side. Remove it completely. Thank you very much. So we have the P2F initiative. P2F initiative. Initiative P2F launch on the 17th of February 2024, the year of our Lord. Dr. Susan Gitau, www.sgcfoundation.org. Contact is there, 0722 367 619. 17th February 2024 at Thika Greens Golf Resort.
We go celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on! It's a celebration.
Yeah. Everybody. Mikono hapa. Yeah. Hapa tu.
It's a celebration.
Yeah. Hapa tu. Twende. Kama hivi kidogo hapa.
We're gonna have a good time.
Ndio hiyo.
Let's celebrate.
Thank you.
It's
Kabisa. Hapo, 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 hapo. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. From pain to healing. Through wellness. Thank you. Dr. Susan Gitau Show. Yeah. Yeah. Hapa tu. Hey. Hapa tu. Yeah. 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 Yes. Kabisa, kabisa. Dr. Njoya, thank you so much. Peter, Kariuki, thank you so much. Yeah, 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 yeah. Thank you so much.
It's a celebration.
Nani huyo arusha mkono? Nani huyo arusha mkono? Let's go. Yeah. Yeah.
Come on
Yeah.
and celebrate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cause everything's gonna be all
Yeah.
Let's celebrate.
If you're not celebrating, I don't know what time you're waiting. Thank you so much. Yay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
It's the kids, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Acha tu niwaweke wazi.
Yes.
Mbaki na mshangao kuswa ya mapenzi nataka kuyaeleza.
Thank you, thank you. Ian Mbarire.
Na leo tena waiteni paparazzi.
Karibu sana.
Warushe kwa mitandao.
Thank you.
Siataki mapenzi nataka jipongeza.
Ati nini? Thank you.
Naimwita yo baby. Kumbe naye na baby. Ule mwana kipenzi. Nimshenza kupendi. Ama kwenye mtihani. Mambo mengi dunia na mistress siwezi. Siwezi. Bora nichoke. Maisha mafupi ni simple. Yani niteseke roho. Niteseke roho. Tena nipozeko. Na mimi. Bora nichoke. Maisha mafupi ni simple. Yani niteseke roho. Tena nipozeko.
Thank you. Enjoy yourself.
Kupenda bora nipende mama yangu.
So my name is Mary Mbirwa. I'm privileged and honored to be here. I know no one would like to miss this moment. Me, the first time I saw Dr. Susan, I saw her on a television. And I was like, one day, my God, I would like to be seen in a television. And I was like, lakini sasa, yo courage yote nitatoa wapi? So till we met with Dr. Susan a week ago, thank you so much. She made me to appear in a national television. Thank you so much. And in counseling, I like counseling because Dr. Susan has taught me so well that we go with stages and with phases. Like you can't jump one so that you reach to the other one.
Don't you know, don't you know, beautiful, don't you know, no, no. Live your life, let that love inside. It's your life, your beauty's deep inside you. Don't let them bring you down, no, the beauty is inside of you. Don't let them bring you down, no. Don't you know, beautiful, don't you know, don't you know, beautiful, don't you know,